4 hours trying to get everybody in the building or on the phone to talk about softball and baseball and some expectations. Teams are returning the players, and so the weather's not. Although it's going to warm up today, Corey. They're saying it's going to be 67 degrees by 4 o'clock.
All right.
And windy. But, boy, I walked this morning. I don't know if you got out and got a run in, but it was chilly this morning. I know that.
Yeah, it was a little chilly. But, yeah, we're got an exciting show for you guys today with the baseball and softball coaches, like you said, either coming in here to SkyTech or we're going to get some here on the phone and have some great interviews. And the excitement of the early in the season, you got the excitement of the coaches of what they've seen so far and how they think their season's going to go.
Well, this is week 2 or week 1 of their –
They started March 9th was the –
So this is just the end of week 1.
Correct.
And I know they were able to get outside a few of the days this week, most of the days, I guess. I mean,
I wonder how far they're if they had any home run hitters on that one
no,
on that Thursday.
We talked about that at basketball practice, that if you could get one up in the air on, what was it, Wednesday?
I believe so, or Thursday.
Was it Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could get one up in the air, you got a chance to hit one out, even if you're not a home run hitter. But
right.
The good thing about the wind is it dries the fields out, and we've had a lot of rain this week too. So, but I'm sure the coaches are excited to get out and at least get outside and do some throwing and hitting and catching some balls up in the air and that kind of thing, which you never know. You never know the first week in Michigan in March for spring sports if you're going to be able to get out on the track or out on a field. So hopefully some coaches got in some work. And, of course, we'll ask them a little bit about how they're going to handle the spring break, which is always a little bit of a issue. It's similar to basketball. You get started, practice maybe 5 or 6 days, and then you got Thanksgiving break in there, and some people are able to take advantage of some time to scrimmage and do some things, but it also creates a little bit of a problem where, you might want to travel with families to places on Thanksgiving. But that spring break is really is a tough one. I mean, some people really take advantage of it, go south, and their teams go south and get some real work in, and others they just kind of leave it as an option to work out or not.
Right, yeah, and I know some of the programs, they kind of do that every other year, where they will try to, fundraise, so they'll give an opportunity for families, and say, hey, we'll go down and try to see if we can get in a tournament and get a few games in. But, yeah, you get these first couple weeks in, and hopefully you can get outside, and you're kind of seeing where, the players are at, and then you kind of got that little pause, and that's where you get in and get those working as, like you said, hopefully you can get some days outside. I know it's going to be a little bit colder in the week, but cold, I think they can handle the cold, and it's just that the rain that you hope to avoid, that during the week of getting outside and practicing.
Well, I know a lot of the programs have their own hitting barns and places that they can hit indoors. I know that Tecumseh has a hitting indoor facility. I would assume that Blissfield does. Adrian, I'm not sure where Adrian would go if they may be able to get into Adrian College's hitting barns, especially during spring break and that kind of thing. But some of these places are trying to at least expand places. I know Madison has. I think Madison, don't they have a hitting area in that?
Across the street? Yeah.
I think they've got a place where they can do some indoor hitting, but not the same as getting outdoors and hitting. I know I've been up at the college with the new, I call it the Dog Dome. They had a regular scrimmage in there this year.
Yeah.
I mean, full go. And
it's amazing when you get inside that thing, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. I was in there this week. I went over and walked. I've not taken a day off outdoors until the other day when it was raining, and I went up and walked 3 miles on the track. And it's the third time I've been in the building, but it's just a beautiful facility. What an advantage it is for all the sports, outdoor sports, that they can get indoors. And even when they play, I don't know this weekend, of course they were on spring break, but I mean lacrosse or soccer, if they really have seriously inclement weather, they can just go in there and play.
Right.
And they'd rather be outside, and typically lacrosse and soccer, you pretty much play through the elements. But if it's a storm or lightning, just move it inside and play.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we're trying to get a hold of one of our softball coaches, and we haven't connected yet. So we'll talk a little, talk a little college basketball. But I'm sure you were watching all day long yesterday, college basketball, or the high school state championships were on.
I was trying to peek in and out, streaming here and there. I was actually in the process of purchasing a vehicle, so
well, I did that this week myself.
And the guy was like, "We usually have these games all over the TVs in here, but I was able to. Michigan, came back and made some down three and hit back-to-back threes in the last 45 seconds to to really pull that out. And Kaysen's injury, I think it's more than what people think. That backup point guard position is important. Guards are important in the tournament, but they still found a way to get it done. Wisconsin kind of gives them trouble, So
I saw quite a bit of the first half, and then we had practice yesterday at 3:00, and then we went in the locker room and saw the last 45 seconds when the game was tied, I think it. And so that's all I saw of that. And I really haven't had an opportunity to watch just a ton of basketball this week. It's been a busy week for us. But today it'll be Michigan and Purdue.
Purdue, yep.
And Purdue is a team that was projected to have a great season. They had the guards back, Lawyer and Smith, who have been four-year players. You don't see that very much anymore.
Not often.
But they've guided themselves through the tournament. Kind of a disappointing regular season for them in the Big Ten, but with that kind of guard experience, they've managed to make it work. And Michigan will have to play well today. I don't know as Purdue can match up with Michigan's size inside. All right, we're going to take a break, or we've got our we're going to take a break, and then we'll be back. We'll see if we can get our first softball coach on. You're listening to 96.5 The Cave. Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. We'll be right back. Bar and Banquet Hall. We're being joined by Erica Bork, Hudson softball coach. Erica, welcome to Inside the Cave Weekend Edition, but our softball and baseball show. But Erica, tell us a little bit. You're obviously the Hudson softball coach, but tell us a little bit about your season last year and kind of just a quick recap of where your program was at last year, and we'll get started there.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for having me. I always enjoy this every year with you guys. So we ended up winning the districts last year with our squad, so that was pretty awesome. And we have most returns kind of young, but we had a freshman pitcher that she really helped us through districts last year, and she's ready to go again already for this year. So we're excited for it.
Yeah, and that's one thing we're just curious about is who are some of the returners that are coming back that have that experience from your team last year?
So Taylor Copen's coming back. She's a senior this year. She's got a big bat, great catcher for us, great leader on and off the field. Sam Anderson at third base. She's a senior this year. And Emerson Scholl. So 3 seniors and 4 juniors. So Ryan Rogers and Amber Williams, also really good bats and fielders for us. So yeah, we're really excited about it.
Well, you mentioned, I think one of them, you got a new pitcher, a young pitcher coming up, but tell us about some newcomers that may be there. And of course, obviously that pitching position is so crucial in softball.
Yeah, yep. The pitching position definitely is a softball. McKenna Mole is going to be a sophomore this year, and just was really, really proud of how she stepped up last year as a freshman for us, along with Tegan Arredondo, who graduated last year. So to have both of them, especially when Tegan kind of had a little bit of an injury later in the season. So it was nice to have a freshman step up. So that gave her some really good experience for this coming year. So we're excited about that. Got a couple of freshmen coming in that are going to work their way, see what kind of time they can get. But really looking forward to see what McKenna Mole can do for us this year.
Nice. Now with the schedule, how were you able to get out some days this week or last week? Did you plan on being outside this week?
Yeah. It was awesome to be out Monday and Tuesday this time. We have a high school play that goes on, so we didn't quite have all of our girls, but we're looking forward to this week, and hopefully we see a little bit of temps so we can get back out there. But it was great to be out those first couple days. So nice when you can get some pop flies going and stuff like that before you get in the gym and have to start using the indoor balls. So.
Well, expectations for this year, I would assume the league will be strong. Of course, your district sometimes is a little bit different than the conference, but tell us about some of your expectations this year for your team.
Yeah, for sure. League is always tough. The LCAA for us is, it really prepares us for that off season. Lots of great teams, lots of great players coming back in the LCAA. So we'll be starting it off with Madison. LCAA, and it's always a good competition. I tell you, it's a good start for us, and it gets us fired up for our season. And then districts, we are in Division 4 this year, so we're looking at a little different, some different teams this year than we have in the past. So we're really interested to see how that goes this year.
Now, with the conference, what teams do you kind of are, at the top of that league that you want Hudson up there at the top? What are some other teams that will be vying for that conference championship?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's the thing about the LCAA. I feel like there's a lot of us. Madison's always a very competitive team. Billy's got a good group over there. Clinton, Blissfield. So it's one of our, even going over to Ida and Dundee, so you're talking top quality teams and all across there. So yeah, it's definitely, it's a great league, and it really, really pushes us to challenge us to prepare for that postseason.
Well, Coach, tell us a little bit. I know you've got a full week of practice in now, and then you'll be able to get another week in before spring break. But and hopefully the weather this week, I haven't really looked at it closely, but the wind is helping dry some things out at least. But how are you handling the spring break? I mean, all the coaches got to deal with it with baseball and softball, where you get 2 weeks under your belt, and then all of a sudden you're facing spring break. A lot of people either take a trip sometimes and their players go. Some people just shut it down and make it an option to practice or not practice. But how are you handling it this year?
Yeah, for sure. It's always a tough one. Most of our girls are multiple sport athletes, which is great. But it's also kind of a time for them to rest and relax before we really start hitting the spring hard. Because you just never know with that Michigan weather, how much it changes. Yeah. So once we start getting going and we can start playing games, we get a lot in a short amount of time. So a little bit of both. We'll provide some optional things over spring break, but I also do see it as a good time for them to just take some time to themselves and recharge so that they're ready for spring, and hopefully the warm weather will be ready to go by then too. So
now when do you technically as soon as after spring break, is that when actually the season you can start playing games?
Yeah, you can actually start. I believe it was this week, but we won't start till after that. We were supposed to play Fayette the first week, but they actually just had to cancel. So we're looking for that opener. We're looking to get that opener rescheduled, but If not, then the following week we play Madison.
So teams could be playing during spring break if they've got their squad.
Yeah, they could.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, are you guys in any tournaments or any showcases like that this year?
Not this year. No, we have a lot of doubleheaders this year. Even Saturday doubleheaders. We go to North Central. We have a few other ones. We go to North Central this year. We're looking at mostly doubleheaders during the week or Friday nights. So,
Hey, Coach, can you remind me how many games can you play, or is it dates?
38 games. 38 games in a season.
And is there a limit on dates or not? Just 38 games?
Yep, just 38 games. Yep.
Okay, all right. Have you been able to
So some of them will play tournaments with 3 games, and others will just play doubleheaders of 2. So
Yeah. Well, as you look forward to this season, and you've already mentioned some of the teams that you're going to be competing against, winning the district last year, is that one of your goals? Winning the what are your goals? Do you try and set some goals for your girls, or do you let them do it? What are your goals this year?
yeah, we work on it together. Yep. We have different team meetings together. I have some meetings with our seniors to see what their goals are. Pretty much each level, and then as a team together and what we want to focus on. Last year we put a hard focus on May 31st, which was the district day. And this year I know we have some bigger goals to hopefully make it a little farther this year. So, yes, we meet together and use those for motivation, through each of our games in regular season to help us get to that point in postseason.
All right. Well, Coach, we want to thank you for taking some time on Sunday to join us, and we wish you the best of luck as you get going. And we'll even wish you some good weather luck, because I know that's going to play a part here, at least probably the rest of March, and hopefully April you can really get it going. And we wish you the best and hope you have a great season.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you this spring.
All right. That is our first guest.
Thank you, Coach Erica Bork of Hudson.
So we're off and running. We've got, I think we're going to take a break, Ian. We're going to take a break. Corey Cox, Mark Comstock, we are at the SkyTech Bar and Banquet Hall. They've got things already set up for some kind of a banquet here for the St. Patty's Day. So they're ready to go for Tuesday. But we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. SkyTech Bar and Banquet Hall. We're being joined by Derek Hewitt, softball coach at Sand Creek. Derek, good to have you on. Thanks for taking a little time out of your Sunday to join us. And
no problem.
Give us a little recap of your 2025 season and a little bit about how things went for you last year.
Last year was kind of an up and down year. We knew that. We were young, and we finished about 500. And really good year, really fun year with the girls. We had some big wins, but there were just some better teams, especially in our district. So.
Yeah, and you talk about that. You had the young team and probably a growth season. So who are some of these returners that are coming back that you've noticed the growth last year that you think are going to take that next step this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think we might even be younger this year, to be honest. But it's just funny how that works. But have 2 returning seniors, Lily Hawkins, who's been a starter all 4 years. She'll pitch for us and play third base probably. She can play about anywhere. She's a really good kid. Emma Pfeiffer coming off an MCL. Hope to have her by April. I have 3 juniors. Jalen Snyder has really come on, really improved, like what we've seen in the preseason here. Sydney Marks, and then Emma Burns, who's also coming off a knee injury, and will be back for the first time in a year. So, yeah, and then, we got some sophomores, Michaela Six, Jacqueline Schoonover. I know I'm forgetting one of them. I know I am, but we expect them. Mackenzie Hammock, and then we have about 7 or 8, I think 7 freshmen. So
7 freshmen that are going to be in the rotation.
Some of them are regularly. We only have about 17 girls, so obviously we can't have a full JV schedule. But we're going to make an effort to play some JV games as well to get those younger kids
a full game.
Yeah, because it's a lot to ask a lot of these freshmen to come in and
see a pitcher from Whiteford.
Correct. Yeah. So,
well, tell us a little about your schedule in the conference. Obviously, you're hoping to get all the games in that you can.
Right.
But Michigan doesn't always favor that. But
that's true. Our schedule, I think we've got about 30 games. I know we could have 38, but with the younger kids we got, and some of those kids are going to have to play both varsity and JV. So, there'll be plenty of opportunities to play. Our league is, solid as always. Whiteford. And I really think Summerfield's going to have a really good season, as well as Erie. But Summerfield's got 2 lefty pitchers that are top notch.
Yeah. Now, is there a lot of lefties around? Do you face a lot of lefties?
No, not a lot.
So do you have any lefties?
We have one.
So you can at least simulate,
And I'm left-handed, but
okay. You're in there throwing some smoke.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So.
No, it's tough to simulate because.
Yeah, because that's what you say. You get those lefties. It's just different.
They're used to the ball breaking away from them, and now it's breaking in on their hands. Those lefties, they do a nice job painting the outside corner to a righty. And, usually getting the ball length off the plate, usually called for a strike and things like that. So, so that's always a challenge.
I guess I'm going to ask you, the pitching is so important in softball. And,
no question.
And maybe you'd have to answer this. Maybe the catching is just as important beyond the pitcher, because people, I'm assuming, try and run all the time, and people that even maybe put the ball in play by bunting it. Just tell us a little bit about those 2 positions, how important they are to you.
Obviously, softball, it's all about pitching.
Yeah.
You have to have somebody, and we've got, Jalen and Lily, I think, are really going to be able to pound the zone for us. They're not overly powerful, but they can hit their spots, and that's huge. And then obviously, catcher. If you don't have a good catcher, I think the bigger thing in throwing girls out is blocking. Pitches in the dirt and preventing those extra bases getting by. So,
it just seems so critical at those 2 spots, because you just can't. If they're not putting the ball in play with contact, then you're putting people on, and they're stealing first base basically if you're putting them on. But tell us a little bit about your expectations for this year.
My expectations, and we've told the girls, is to get better each and every game, every day, every practice. We've got a great young group of players. Really, we've just enjoyed working with them already this first week. They're coachable. And that, as a coach, that's you got girls that are trying to do what you're asking them. It makes the season go by. So, we know we're going to take some lumps probably along the way at some point in time against some of those better teams. But, I think we could surprise some people too.
And that's what probably one thing that you really say, hey, we can compete. Maybe it'll be a close game, but we want to be right there. Come towards the end of the game, put ourselves in a position. And see where we surprised. Like you said, you said you got some of those wins last year, and
correct,
and that's something that you can build on. And who's in your district?
Is
it the Blissfield?
We are Blissfield, Clinton, and Madison. So we were 2 students over the Division IV cutoff. So
and we were just talking with Coach Bork, and Hudson dropped down to Division IV this year. Yeah, that she was a little excited for the different
I'm
type of
sure she
matchups.
is. Yeah.
So yeah,
Sometimes it works. I mean, you've been around it a long time, but sometimes it works to your advantage to go up or down, and sometimes it works to your disadvantage.
Correct.
You catch some teams that are powerful in a lower division that's been a dominant team, and you just never know how that's going to work.
No, you don't. It's just
You always think maybe when you go down, things are going to get easier, and then you look at a Lumen Christie or somebody, or I don't even know if they're any good in softball or not. I would assume they are, but
they're good in everything.
Yeah,
We know that. So.
but you've got a couple weeks under your. Well, you'll have 2 weeks under your belt.
Yep.
I would suspect you got outside most of the week.
Got out Monday, Tuesday. We went out a little bit Wednesday as well. For the first hour of practice, and then obviously we were in the last few days, and then this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday doesn't look real great, but I think we'll get in Thursday.
Well, the other question is, how do you handle the break? I mean, you get 2 weeks going, you kind of get into a rhythm of practice every night, and then wham, you hit spring break.
Yeah, and it depends. Like, we asked the girls the first day how many, players we were going to be gone. And it was about half the team, so I'm like, oh, okay. So we'll have some, they asked, the girls that are there, they're like, can we have some optional hitting? I'm like, absolutely. Yeah. So, give them a couple of those opportunities. I've found as long as I've coached that, those kids are back. A lot of times the last thing they want to do is really practice. I didn't really feel like I ever got much out of it.
Yeah.
So
well,
we'll
Derek,
make it some optional.
We appreciate it, and appreciate you coming in. I know it's Sunday sometimes. It's hard to get everybody to come in, but good luck to your team, and good luck reaching your goals and expectations, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for good weather for you, too.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys, and thanks for everything the Cave does.
Thanks, Coach
Hewitt. Thanks, Derek.
Yep, bye.
All right, we're going to take a break, Ian. Back 96.5 The Cave. We are at SkyTech Bar and Banquet Hall with our annual softball and baseball coaches show, and we're currently being joined by Billy Flores, the Madison softball coach. And Coach, thanks for joining us on a Sunday morning, and tell us a little bit about your 2025 season. Just a little bit of a recap as to how things went last year for you.
Good morning, gentlemen, and thank you for doing this again and having me on. 2025, we started the season off running out of the gate. We finished the season 21-15. We had some injuries kind of slow us down towards the end, but we finished strong. But loss of one of our pitchers kind of slowed down for us a little bit. Having to throw a freshman, Olivia Schmidt, kind of threw after we lost Kamiley Sauer just a little bit halfway through the season last year. But credit to Liv, she stepped freshman and she threw like a senior and got us through the rest of the season, still over 500. But that's the season. Went into Blissfield and districts and lost to Blissfield and districts last year.
Now, Coach, you mentioned her coming back as a freshman. What are some of the other key returners that you have coming back this year that you see being a major part of the team?
Key returners this year, we're carrying a pretty large team this year, carrying 18 girls. Key returners are led by senior captain Zoe Bringman. She'll be our third baseman, catcher. And then our other captain, Kamiley Sauer, pitcher Kamiley. And she's kind of leading the way right now with our pitching. Put in a ton of in the wintertime in the off season. So those two are our captains and they're key returners, followed by some more seniors and Jaslyn Zazarinsky, Grace Nito, Alexiana Rest, Macy Kirkpatrick are a few of our upperclassmen. But we're relying on not only some of our younger girls coming in, with us carrying 7 freshmen this year. And a lot of these girls are going to be dependent on.
Well, Coach, when you get freshmen, typically I know at least in the area, a lot of those girls have to be ready to play. I mean, you just don't have the numbers. And is it how much softball they've played and at what kind of level they've played, maybe on a club team or something? I mean, how do those girls transition to playing varsity softball as a freshman?
A lot of these girls, they do play summer ball, club team, travel teams, maybe even through the school. They play a lot of it. A couple girls that decided to take the summer off, but they do have a lot of potential on helping us in the future. So they're girls we want to keep around and keep working with.
Now,
go ahead.
Yeah, will you be able to have a JV schedule, or will you try and mix in some games for your young kids?
We won't have a JV schedule this year. We were at that number kind of where it's a high number for one varsity team, but not enough for a varsity and a JV team.
Right.
So we decided to keep them all. On those girls that came out, we decided to keep them all and just play a varsity schedule. We're going to try to work in some possible JV scrimmages if we can work some in to help our young girls out on our side. But we're only allowed 38 games per player. And some of these freshmen, they're going to be dependent on. And to say, well, I'm going to put you on JV for X amount of games and not have you at the varsity level for X amount of games, it's kind of tough to do when they're going to be relied on.
So who are some of these newcomers that you're going to be relying on?
These freshmen coming in, we've got 7 of them. Uh-huh. And leading way is 2 pitchers right off the gate that are going to get some time is Zizi Mosier and Lily Face, followed by catching Aaliyah Ebert, Jay Casanova, Gabby Presniak, and Maddie Randall are some younger girls that are looking for playing time also. So, and they're working hard and they're going to get it.
Well, Coach, that seems like a large number. Is that a large number for you in your freshman class, or is that normal, about the normal?
No, it's a large number. It's the largest number I've been a part of since being over at Madison. But again, we're going to have 5 seniors retire this year. And we're at a point to where we have to be careful and not to say, okay, we're only going to carry so many and not have them there for next year, when we honestly feel like there's potential for all these girls in the future on helping our program out. So we just got to come up with ways to keep them involved and keep them in games, either through scrimmages on the weekends or finding time for them on varsity game days.
Well, Coach, tell us a little bit. We got a couple minutes here before we got to take a break, but a little bit about your expectations for the year, and tell us. I know this you'll get 2 weeks under your belt. You've got 1 week under your belt, and then next week, and then how you're going to deal with the spring break.
Yeah, we started off the year great, just like everybody else. A couple days outside, we get into a rhythm, and then spring break comes to where we shut down. Obviously, those girls and their families that go away on spring break, we ask them to still stay involved in softball. Take your glove, take a ball, find a cage, do something over there to keep working. And then for those girls that aren't leaving, that are staying around, we will schedule some days to come in. We won't take up all their spring break. They still got to be kids. But we will bring them in and get some work done for those that are still here.
And expectations and goals this year, Coach, what do you think you can accomplish?
Our expectations are high. I'll be honest with you, they're high. We're carrying 5 pitchers and 5 quality pitchers that we're carrying. And we feel that we can field at 9 positions solid. And, some of our groups that we've had before, we've always seemed to try to hide, with smaller numbers, hide a person here or hide a person there. But we're confident that this year we can field 9 positions strongly. But our expectations are high. Our pitchers are coming in. They're working hard. And they have high expectations for themselves also. So we're looking to finish the season strong, go into it strong, and, trying to keep everybody healthy throughout the whole season. It will be a challenge, but I think we can do it, keeping girls healthy for the long haul.
Well, Billy, thanks for taking some time on your Sunday morning to be with us, and we wish you the best. We'll keep our fingers crossed that you stay healthy and that you get good weather to get those games in. But again, thanks for joining.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for joining us, and best wishes for a great year, Billy.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
All right, we're going to take a break. Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. We are at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall, and we'll be right back. Dave, we've got our annual softball, baseball coaches show. Currently, we're going to be joined by Chad Fetzer, Blissfield softball coach. And Chad, thanks for joining us today. Taking a little time out of your Sunday. It's not always the most favorite thing that coaches enjoy doing on Sunday because they just get started and they're still trying to develop a roster and get going. Yeah. But well, tell us a little bit about last year and kind of a quick recap on your season last year.
Well, thanks for having me on. So last year our record was 12-14-1. I was the assistant coach last year. We were pretty young last year. We had 3 or 4 seniors and The rest were definitely underclassmen. I think we got to the district finals. We got beat by Hudson, and they went on to the regionals. But we were pretty young. But it was a good year for growing for us.
Yeah, and so being the first year as the head coach, who are some of the you're going to rely a lot on the key returners to kind of get the set what you want in expectations of leadership. Who are some of the key returners that you're going to look to as taking over that captain role, the leadership role?
Yeah, we have 5 girls that saw a lot of playing time last year. They were all freshmen and sophomores.
So it's still going to be young leaders. But
yeah, we're still going to be pretty young. Brooklyn Fetzer, she's our catcher. Savannah Stalker, she'll play shortstop. Caitlin Bloom, she can play anywhere for us. Taylor Ickler saw a lot of innings on the mound for us. So them girls will be coming back, and we expect them to lead.
How important is it to have players that you can move around at different positions like that?
Yeah, it's very important at a small school like ours. I mean, we need athletes, and you need them to play multiple positions.
Yeah, so you can rotate them around.
Yeah.
Who are some of the newcomers that maybe didn't get as much time last year, and they were on the roster, or they just came out for the first time, or are you just seeing them this year?
Yeah, Carly Watson's a new one. She played her freshman year but didn't go out last year, and she came back this year.
Nice.
We have 3 freshmen that will be with us. Addison Robinson, Grace Neiman, and Aubrey Bogart. We'll have a few freshmen with us.
Will you be able to have a JV team? Will you have that kind of numbers to do that?
Yeah, we got 24 in the program.
Oh, good.
We're going to have a JV team. Yep.
Is it tough scheduling games and finding enough teams? I know we've already talked to several coaches, and they just don't have the numbers to do it. But being able to put together a schedule for them?
Yeah, we got a JV schedule. I think we got 18 games for the JV team. So
good.
Obviously you can have 38 total for all the players. So, yeah, we got a pretty good schedule for the JV team.
Well, tell us a little about your schedule. What kind of expectations you have, and maybe some teams in your league that are going to be teams you're going to have to compete with to be in the upper half of the league.
Yeah, we have when me and our AD Eric set up our schedule, we were going to challenge ourselves, and we were going to play a lot of upper schools and, get ready for the postseason and, try to make a run there. So we're going to really challenge ourselves. We have a lot of good teams on our schedule that we're going to play. And as far as the league goes, I would say Clinton's the top dog probably. But throughout the board, it's competitive. I think every team in the LCAA will bring it, and you got to be ready that day.
Well, in district, where will you fall in the district? Will you be hosting, or where will you be at in that?
We will be at Clinton. I believe it's us, Clinton, Sand Creek, and Madison. I believe they're the teams in our district.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, when you're talking about you guys' expectations are really high. Do you kind of get that from the players? I mean, do you feel that they really want the expectations high? They really want the challenge as well? Is it something that's easy as a coach? When you have, like you said, leaders on your team that want that, do you kind of get that sense like they're like, hey, coach, we feel we can get here?
Yeah.
Is that the mentality of the program?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to compete in every game, and I think these girls are all competitors. But we probably only have 3 or 4 girls out of the whole program that don't play travel softball in the summertime. So they're ready to compete, and they're ready to get after it.
And that really does help. They got some off season work in, and they're ready to go as soon as the season starts.
Yep.
Well, Chad, you've gotten a week under your belt. Probably got outside a few days this week, which is good. And of course, you got another full week this week, and then you hit spring break. So, how do you handle that? I mean, how do you handle that third week of the season, and all of a sudden you kind of get in a rhythm of practicing after school, and now you got to deal with a spring break, and of course, everything in high school has to be optional.
Right.
But how do you handle it?
Yeah, so we have probably half our team going to Florida and Tennessee and everything. And so with the girls that stay back, obviously being my first year, usually I go on spring break, but I'm going to stay back this year. And the girls that want to come in and get some work during that week, we'll go in there and hit and take some grounders and pop flies if the weather lets us do that.
Well, okay, you've gone from the assistant seat or JV head coach. Were you the JV head coach as well?
Assistant varsity. Yeah.
Okay, just assistant varsity.
We didn't have a JV team last
year. So now you're moving over, and you got to make the decisions.
Yep.
What's been the biggest thing for you? Is it practice prep? Is it putting together? What's been the biggest change for you?
Well, when you apply for the job, you just think about the practices and all of that stuff. You don't think about all the little details that you have to deal with. And, when you're in charge of everything, there's a lot of things that you don't think about at the beginning, but it's all worth it. And, I enjoy it, and I like being around the girls and coaching them. So, it's all good.
Yeah. A lot of the parents don't like to talk to the assistant. They like to talk to the head coach if there's an issue. So,
no, we all have good parents.
Yeah,
so,
we're fortunate in this county that programs have really good support from parents. But we wish you the best. We thank you for coming in this morning and being with us in person, and nothing but the best for your team and your program, and we'll just cross our fingers for great weather for you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on, and we appreciate everything the Cave does for this county, and thank you for having me.
All right, be sure if you got an Athlete of the Week candidate to get it to us, because we like the feedback from the coaches, and it's a little harder to follow some of the spring sports when they, there's playing games and games get canceled and picked up. But don't hesitate to recommend some kids. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break. 96.5 The Cave. You're on the Coaches Show. Corey Cox and Mark Comstock. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. The Cave, Corey Cox, Mark Comstock, and we're kicking off our 2026 softball baseball coaches show from SkyTech Bar and Banquet Hall, and we're currently being joined by our first baseball coach, which we've had a little run here of softball, but Andy Clark, the boys baseball coach at Britton Deerfield. Welcome, Coach.
Well, thank you for having me.
Well, it's you're underway. You've got a weekend already, but take us back a year ago and kind of give us a quick recap of 2025.
Last year we ended up being 14-8. When we got to the end of the season, we ended up losing to Summerfield in the district finals. We lose 4 really good seniors that we had for our program in our school, and we're looking to see what we got this year.
So, who are some of the key returners coming back from last year's team?
We have some seniors that are coming back. Kaden Kubaki, Liam Rowe, Julian Day. We have Adam Schur. He started catching last year, did a nice job for us, and so we're feeling like we're pretty good. We just want to see if we can put the bat on the ball. I mean, that's kind of.
Are you returning any pitchers?
Yeah, both Kubaki and Liam. They both were throwing at the end of the season last year and doing a pretty good job there. And we hope to replace a couple. We had 3 seniors that were pitching last year, and so we'll see what we have.
Yeah, and so who are some of the newcomers to the team that fill out your roster?
Okay, so we return. He played as a freshman last year at second base. That's Nathan Good. He's probably going to have to move over to shortstop this year. Like I said, Alex Anspal is another senior that we have that's returning. He might even get a little bit of time on the mound, but he'll be kind of helping out in the outfield. Kabaki will be in the outfield. Rowe will be in the infield. Sure will be behind the plate. And then we got some freshmen coming in that are probably going to help us. We got 7 freshmen coming in. And we think that there's a couple that are going to be able to fill some spots for us as well.
Will you be able to have a JV team or some JV games, or are you too thin for that?
We're thin, but we have 17 in the program. But we're going to work some JV and varsity games and try to max out, get close to our 38 that we can do. We know we have to share varsity games and some JV games with the same players. So we try to make sure that the schedule kind of fits that.
Well, tell us a little bit about that schedule and a little bit about the conference, who you see might be the teams that, well, there's some that are always tough, obviously, yeah. But tell us a little bit about your schedule.
Yeah, well, we start out when we get back from break on that Thursday, and we play Waldron, which we think is a good way to start the season. And then we start our conference play the following week against Erie Mason. But I think in the conference, Whiteford's always tough. Summerfield's coming off a great run that they had last year, finishing over there in East Lansing. So I think the conference is at the top of the conference is going to be tough. We constantly preach about, competing each and every day, whether it's practice, whether it's a game, whether it's a scrimmage. And that's what we plan to do. We want to, find out where we're at, set a bar, and then by the end of the season be playing the best ball we can be playing and maybe try to compete at the end of the year for something.
Yeah, so what are some of the expectations that the kids have came to you with that they kind of want you to get them there too, and what you're seeing as this group of what their expectations can be going into this year?
Well, I think that, I think in general, every kid wants to find a way to have success. So they're like, where do you see me, coach? What position do you see me where I can have the most success and help the team the most? And it's great to have a group of players individually come together collectively and want to find out what's best for the team. And I think that's the group that we have this year is this really team-oriented group. Whether it's a senior or whether it's a freshman, they're all willing to do their part. We started out, last week was great. We got outdoors 3 times, made real good use of our indoor time, and we feel like we're off to a pretty good start.
Well, talking about that, you got a week under your belt. This week, you'll hope that the weather allows you to get outside a little bit. I don't know what the weather's going to look like this week, but one of the I say a problem. You get 2 weeks, you kind of get into a rhythm, and then you hit spring break, and every coach has to deal with it their own way. How do you deal with it?
Well, they get the time off for spring break. We try to have some things organized if they're able to, but most of the time there's a lot of people that are leaving. More than 50% of our team usually has some sort of commitment during that time. Like probably what other coaches have been saying, you ask them to bring their glove, bring a ball, find a place to get some swings in, all those type of things. But, really the reality is, hopefully most of them are back in town Sunday. If not, they start back up on that Monday. And, we have to really put in a lot of work there that first week back to try to get back some of that timing stuff that may have been lost over that week because it just wasn't a continuous.
And you got out 2 or 3 days this week. Were you able to get out?
We got out Monday and Tuesday, and then we went out on Thursday. We went out. It was a little cold and windy, but we still wanted to get out there. More stuff that we can do with how our facility's set up. On Wednesday, we did something a little different. We went to an indoor facility somewhere. And then, on Friday, we were back in our school using the cage in the gym and
Did anybody have some home run contest on Thursday with?
No.
Wind?
I thought about bringing them out on Friday if it was a little warmer. I'm like blowing out the left the way it was. I'm like, boy, they'd have some fun with that.
That was some
fly balls were interesting.
Yeah, it'd have been fun to throw a few up and hit them. But well, Coach, we really appreciate you taking some time. We wish you the best. We'll keep our fingers crossed that the weather will allow you to get the games in.
Yep.
I know it's tough in April and even at the end of March to find weather, but you got to play in some days that are pretty chilly, and if you don't get in a lot of games because it seems like about the time the weather breaks and you really get into a rhythm, it's end of May.
You're closing in on the end. Yeah.
But thanks for taking the time, and we'll wish you the best and. Good luck in your conference. What your district? Did we talk about that? What's your district look like?
Our district's Lenawee Christian, Morenci, and Summerfield, and then ourselves.
Yeah.
So we like I said, we want to be playing our best ball and compete there.
Well, I need to ask you. The turf probably helps with some of your outdoor practices, doesn't it?
Yeah, we'll be able to be on. Like if it's just wet, we can be out on the turf there on the football field, and that would be really nice.
Well,
we didn't have to do that yet because our field was pretty dry on those 3 days, but we have different things in place for different situations.
Well, start pushing for a dome over the top of that.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Well, good luck to you, Coach. Thanks for coming in.
Yep, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Cave for having this.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a break. We're up against the top of the hour. Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. We are at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall, and we'll be back. back, 96.5 The Cave. We are at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall. Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. We've got the Spring 2006 Baseball Softball Coaches Show from SkyTech. And you've got, I'm looking at the menu right now, Corey. You've got your game day faves, which look good to me. You got the pucks, and that would be a half a pound brisket with short ribs burger. You got your soup inside. You got the little fans for the little guys that come in to tag along. Plus, you can send them over there to the machines, and they can throw their money in there while you're trying
the claw game, yeah.
when you're trying to play. But you got your starting lineup, which is all the specialties. You got your home runs. You got pizza. You got turf. Wide range of menu at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall. But right now, we are being joined by Chris Dubbs, the Madison baseball coach. Coach, thanks for joining us. I know Sunday's a busy time for some, and some like to not be busy, but you're off and running already. So give us a little recap of last year, kind of where you were at as you begin this past week.
Well, last year we 20-9, so we had a pretty good season. We came back and made it to lost in the district final to Adrian. But overall, I thought we had a pretty good season, made a big jump from the year before with the group of sophomores from 2 years ago, became juniors, and they grew. We're in the running for the conference championship and fell a little bit short on that. And just Adrian, we didn't throw enough strikes to get through the district.
So now, just coming back from that year last year, you have some really good key returners coming this year. Why don't you just go through, I know it might be a lengthy list here, but you do have some key returns that you're really going to rely on this year.
We have a list. I only lost, Landon was the only one I lost, the only senior that was a regular. And I've got a couple of juniors that'll fill that role that had part-time roles last year that both hit over 300. But obviously we've got Brian, Cam, Norman, all have signed to play in college. And then you've got Cole with all the experience on the mound, Bryson. I'm going to leave somebody out. Ashton's been throwing really well so far for us. Our open gyms in the winter, great participation. So that's really the biggest thing is the work ethic of this group.
Now, some of these guys coming back to key returners, they're multi-sport athletes, but like you said, you have three of them that have signed to play at the next level. But baseball, would you consider that their primary sport?
Brian and Cam, baseball is the primary sport. Brian plays all three, really good at all of them. He's just an outstanding athlete. But baseball is his sport. It always has been. And, we had a thing last night where I saw some parents from years ago at the wrestling bowl-a-thon and talking to him. Do you remember the little Dop kid, the assistant coach's son? Remember him? This is what he is now. And Cam has grown up, and that baseball is his sport. He also plays football, but baseball is the one that he really has a passion for. And
Brian is committed to
Saginaw Valley.
Yeah, I knew he'd already committed. And, a lot of newcomers. Will you be able to have a JV team and a full JV schedule?
Yep, we do. We've got 11 on the JV roster right now. With the heavy load of the upperclassmen with 9 seniors, we don't even have any sophomores up, which is the first time ever that I've had that in my 16 years.
Well, tell us a little about the schedule you got set up for this year. I mean, I would assume with a veteran team, you've maybe loaded up the schedule a little bit.
We're trying to play the best schedule that we can.
Yeah.
Whiteford, Jackson Northwest is coming to town. We play Tecumseh. We go to the Adrian tournament. So the big thing is to see the best pitching you possibly can, because in the non-league stuff, it really doesn't matter. It's getting prepared for the districts and the league schedule.
And you're talking about that league. Have the kids and you sat down and been like, what kind of goals do they want? What's their expectations? As a coach, you have yours, but what as a coach also, when the kids have the expectations and they're the ones setting the goals, that's really when you got that team led, by the players that you're really going to excel.
Funny enough, I just had them all write it down. Thursday, they all wrote it down for me. And win the conference was a big goal. Win districts, and then some of them went on to beyond that. And it's possible that we can pull off some things, and if we throw strikes and field the ball, the bat should be there. Everybody's gotten stronger. And really the biggest thing is with the coaching staff. It allows me to look at big picture more. I've got a lot of talented guys here. Coach Dopp, who I forget every year, but this year I'm not going to forget to mention his name. And he was also awarded a Assistant Coach of the Year by the Coaches Association at Comerica Park last summer.
Well, Coach, you've got big expectations. You got a veteran group. What's your biggest worry with this team? What's your biggest worry?
Well, a wise coach told me years ago, seniors either make or break you, because if people catch senioritis, things can get a little bit hairy. Also, just being grateful for the successes of your peers. Be happy when somebody else makes a good play, even if you're not in the lineup. And that's a really important thing as a team atmosphere. And I think we have that. But until somebody is on the bench for a little while, as long as
right, and that's sometimes you know with all those seniors and they've got some time. And sometimes you got to sacrifice a little bit for the team and things like that. And that can be a hard conversation between a coach and a player at times because it's just a tough conversation.
Yeah. Well, and there's going to be days where sometimes regular starters will have to sit so some other guys get a chance to eat. That's really the biggest thing is that just has to happen because you're always one injury away from needing, the 4 or 5 guys on the bench to come in and prepare.
Yeah, where do you think your biggest growth will be from last year to this year?
Strike percentage is my hope.
Yeah,
that's really my hope. Defensively also, that just has to happen because you're away from needing.
That's really keep going ahead.
Okay, and defensively, as long as we pick up outs that are presented, we don't have to make spectacular plays. Those are great. But if we just make the routine plays, when an out is presented, get an out. That's the biggest thing. The race to 21 outs. When an out's available, you have to get it because if you don't, inevitably the next guy's going to get a base hit. And it might just be a little bloop or off the end of the bat that just floats to where nobody's at.
Right, exactly. And with the senior leadership now, they're the type of leaders that are going to really help it develop the younger team and things like that.
Yeah, that's really the hope. They've really got to bring it along, and we've got some guys that'll just keep building. But it's all junior, senior this year as of right now. I've got a couple pretty good sophomore pitchers that are just kind of most years they'd be up, but I've got 8 guys that have been pitching on varsity. This will be their 3rd year pitching on varsity.
Well, Chris, you got a weekend. I suspect you got outside a couple days at least.
Yep.
And this week the weather looks iffy, but looks like maybe you can get out maybe once or twice. But now you're going to hit a spring break. How do you handle it?
They go on spring break. I've got a couple grandbabies in Kentucky.
There you go.
Gunner is also coaching in Eastern Kentucky, and so we're going to try to sneak over and see him. It's supposed to be a surprise, so hopefully he's not listening to the broadcast. I bet he's playing today, though. Yeah.
I used to be an assistant basketball coach at Eastern Kentucky.
Really?
Yeah. So you had a beautiful baseball field right by the. At least it was right by the basketball arena. So I'd sneak out there and watch some games. But it's a little bit of a hindrance. You get going. But most coaches are like you. They just say, hey, we know it's coming. We don't get too excited about it. We don't want to, tell somebody they got to stay home. It's got to be optional. Almost everything in high school has to be optional, although we don't always like that word. But practice isn't optional tomorrow, I can tell you that.
No, it is not.
Well, we appreciate you taking some time. It looks like you're going to have a big year, and hopefully the weather is good for you, and you can get all your games in and have the kind of expectations that come true for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we're going to take a break. Ian Wendt, Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. We're at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall. We'll be right back. back. Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. You're on 96.5 The Cave. We are at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall for our Coaches 2026 Softball and Baseball Coaches Show. I believe they're just opening up. They're ready for food and drinks. And looking at the menu, boy, they've got a nice menu. I've been down here several times, but not for food. But it looks like I need to get down here because they've got a lot of things going on. They're also going to have a St. Patrick's Day special, $14 Reuben sandwich with red potato wedges, Reuben egg rolls with Thousand Island dipping sauce. So they got everything set up down here for St. Patty's Day already for Tuesday. So get down to SkyTech and enjoy some food and drink. But right now we're being joined by Scott Abbott, baseball coach at Blissfield. And, Coach, thanks for joining us.
Yep. Thank you for having me. I appreciate everything you guys do.
Well, thanks for taking some time on Sunday. I know everybody's ready for a little bit of a break. But tell us a little bit about last year, kind of a quick recap of how things finished for you last year.
So we ended up at 11-22. We knew we had a rebuilding year. We were really young last year. We had 7 sophomores and 2 freshmen that had a lot of playing time. We did graduate 4 seniors. So this year we're still young, but everybody's had experience. We have 2 seniors coming back.
So who are some of these key returners that you see coming back for your squad this year?
So my 2 seniors are Ethan Recker and John Cheney. This will actually be their 3rd varsity year. John might be his 4th. So those 2 we're really looking to for the leadership. They've been part of the program for a while. I got Preston Iflin coming back, who throws the ball really well. A whole bunch of juniors now, like AJ Cantu, Cody Coopshaw. Ashton Osman's going to be looking over to take over a lot of the catching role now.
So there's some newcomers that either came out or played when they were younger and came back out now, or just new to the program, or younger kids that you're going to have on the team?
There's a couple. I have another kid. He got some varsity time last year, Corey Niles. He's a tall lefty. He pitched a decent amount last year for us. We're really looking for him to step up this year because he's our only lefty pitcher. I have a couple. Landon Seifert has came a long way. I'm looking forward to him. He's a sophomore. And then I have 1 freshman, Zach Robinson, that's looking to be getting some playing time up for sure. He'll probably be back and forth a little bit, but he's looking pretty good to be my backup catcher.
Well, Coach, this is year number 2 for you, correct?
Yep.
You took over a program that's historically been one of the best in Michigan. And tell us a little bit about what you learned from year 1 to year 2.
Baseball is still baseball. Some of the head coaching duties, the extra stuff that you have to do it was a challenge to learn it. Just getting stats out because you want the kids to get the recognition, stuff like that. And handling some of the other duties with the field and stuff, but also just practices, getting the practice schedules set. It makes us so much more efficient when we know, all the coaches know, we're going here to here to here. So,
are you a lot more comfortable going into year 2 with things that you kind of learned from year 1 as a head coach? I know it's not your first experience in baseball, but when you take on that head coaching job, you've got to you mentioned all those other things, but you want to put together the best practice script as you can to make sure your guys are getting reps and hits, or get all that figured out. Anything you're gonna change philosophically either?
Philosophically, no. It's Blissfield baseball. We're still gonna bunt and rely on our pitching. Our pitching's really deep this year. Some of the things I learned was more with practices and stuff like that. Being efficient with everybody's time. I was used to the 2.5, 3 hour practices. Well, now we're trying to just be more efficient and get our reps in, because all these kids are multi-sport athletes. They're in honor society. There's so many activities that we're trying to get our work in, but give them time to be kids. Yeah, and so coming in now, you got. See, pitching's looking pretty solid. Where do you see yourself, in the conference? What's your kind of like outlook of the other teams that, I could see this team being at the top of the conference? I think with our pitching and our defense, I think we'll be right there because we're really deep. All of my pitchers, all 7 or 8 are returners. Madison is obviously, they brought everybody back and their seniors. But Clinton should be good. Onset will be good. Dundee surprised everyone and won the league. So we just have a really tough league, and playing 21 league games it's a challenge.
Yeah, it's pretty grueling. Most of them are double headers.
So we have Tuesday double headers, either home or away, and then we go over on Thursday we play the same team for 3 times in a week. So that makes pitching really tough.
Yeah, and I know they kind of changed that schedule in the LCAA. I don't know, it was last year, might have been the first year where they kind of went to that, or 2 years ago. I know it's relatively new with
Correct.
to doing that schedule.
Yeah, and it's definitely a challenge. You definitely need 4 to 5 pitchers at least to make it through that week.
Well, Coach, you got a week under your belt. You probably got outside at least a couple days, and then a couple days maybe not. We got a little bit of rain and wind and that kind of thing. But you got a week this week, and then you go into spring break. How do you handle the spring break?
So pretty much like everyone else, spring break, we have about 50% are gone. So we'll have open gyms. And the kids have been pretty used to it because we started in January with between the cages and pitchers thrown inside. So we'll have open gyms, optional, and then we come back and we have 4 games the first week. So we'll probably do maybe something optional on Saturday. Then Monday go back to full practice. But obviously we got 4 games. We got a pretty tough schedule because we got Evergreen, and then we have Northview, and then a doubleheader against Jonesville the first week. So.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was really curious of, because the LCAA is of how you handled scheduling your non-conference games. So you did keep it pretty tough in the non-conference as well.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we got Northview, we got Adrian, we still got Tecumseh, we got Airport, Algonac's going to come down again. So
yeah, that's a tough schedule.
It is.
You didn't have a home run derby contest the other day with the wind, did you?
No, the kids talked about wanting to go out, but.
Would that have been blowing out in your stadium, or would it have been blowing in?
It would have been blowing across the field. So.
Okay, yeah. We were talking to a couple other coaches. It'd been nice to get one up in the air and see how far it would have went.
But, for sure.
Well, we really appreciate your time and goals, expectations. I mean, do you set some goals for your team? Do you let the kids set some goals?
Yep, we're actually going to do that tomorrow because we're limited on space. So we're gonna do that. The kids have all been talking about it, so they're pretty set. So we in our league and our district are pretty much one and the same. We have Onstead, Clinton, Madison, and Sand Creek. So it's almost
Well, Coach, we appreciate
conference tournament.
Yeah, we appreciate you taking your time on a Sunday to come in and visit with us, and we wish you the best. We'll keep our fingers crossed that the weather's good, that you can get all 38 games in and have a great season. So thanks for coming in.
Thank you for everything you do.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to take a break. 96.5 The Cave, Ian Went, Corey Cox. We're at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall. We'll be right back. welcome back. We're at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall for our Coaches 96.5 The Cave Coaches Softball and Baseball Show. Ian Went, Corey Cox, Mark Comstock, and boy, they got a great St. Patty's Day special coming up. Reuben sandwich with red potato wedges, Reuben egg rolls with Thousand Island dipping sauce, $14. So get down here on Tuesday, St. Patty's Day, and get yourself some food and drink. But right now, we are joined by Rick Graham, baseball coach at Addison High School. And welcome, Rick.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get started. Tell us a little bit about, just give us a quick recap on 2025, your season, and how it kind of evolved for you and how you finished up.
25, we went about 500. Conference is tough. We're in the Cascades, so kind of unique for the rest of the teams around here that play in Lenawee County or in the area. Cascades, 12 teams now, so you're looking at 22 games, just doubleheaders in your conference. So that limits your non-conference with weather, and if something gets bumped, obviously, conference comes first. So it's tough for the smaller school. We were heading into districts. We hosted last year, and we were really hoping to make a splash, but lost a close one, 3-1 there.
Now, talking about last year, who are you bringing back from that team that's going to be some of your key returners that you've seen a lot of expectations for? Who are some of the key returners?
Two big seniors, Jacob Wright, Levi Chesney. They've been with me since their freshman year. Two great baseball kids. In fact, they'll be my probably premier two seniors. I have one more, Blake Newman. He'll probably get into the outfield as well. So that's my three seniors.
Nice. And now, so who are some of the new returners or new kids that are going to be on the team that you're looking for big things from?
Well, we got a handful of juniors, good baseball minds, Brody Early, Logan Jewell, Andrew Houston, Keegan Patterson, Carter Heimlich. So just a handful of those guys. And we've got one freshman we're bringing up, Sawyer DeRosset. Just a great baseball kid. He's been a manager for us in the past. You'll probably hear his name for the next 4 years, I'm sure.
Very good.
A lot of newcomers in terms of youth. I mean, I would guess you're probably not having a JV team, but a lot of kids at least coming out for baseball.
There are. We had 22 show up for the whole program, so we are going to have a JV squad.
Good.
We got a handful of new coaches, some good baseball minds, so it's been really good. A lot of help there.
Well, you've got a tough league. I know the Cascades is a real challenge, but tell us a little bit about your schedule. You told us a little bit about how your schedule works in the Cascades, but tell us a little bit about your schedule and who you think is going to be the teams that are going to be at the upper part of the league.
Well, we kind of amped it up. We have 37 games scheduled. You know how that works in the spring. Some get canceled, some get dropped. I mean, so we've loaded up non-conference, 15 games there. Conference games, look, there's always the powerhouses, Columbia, Grass Lake. Leslie's got some studs. So Cascades will be tough for sure. Local teams here, our JV, we're going to start out with Sand Creek on Wednesday, weather permitting. We have our own tournament that we host. We'll be playing here at Adrian College. That's always fun.
Yeah.
So we'll get back. We got spring break next week. We'll come back, and we'll scrimmage with Clinton and Coach Joe Gillies. So that'll be fun. I see he's getting prepared right now. He's probably setting his lineup for us while he's listening to me.
Yeah. No. So who's in your district? And
district this year changes. We're going to Hudson. So
okay.
I'm certain we'll see them. That's usually what happens. I've had them in the past for about 4 or 5 years in a row. So that's probably how that'll line up. Pittsford and Waldron are down there, but.
Well, you got a week under your belt and probably got outside a day or two, and then of course this week, hopefully, the weather will allow you to get out. I don't know what all the weather looks like this week, but then you hit spring break. How do you handle it with your kids?
You know, we try to have some open gyms. That's limited. So many kids go on spring break, so I just try to tell them take their mitt, play catch with their dad, throw with their brother, stay loose. I know it's warm weather in Florida. That's where everybody heads. So taking their mitts and seeing what they can do.
What year is this for you, Coach?
This will be year 7 varsity.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Well, it's when you've put that many years in now, you have a pretty good idea of what you're trying to do. Have you changed in those 7 years a lot philosophically of how you want to play, or have you had to change just to accommodate the talent that you have?
A little bit of both, I would say. A lot of wisdom just playing in the conference and learning from that. Obviously, I was green when I came in, but just learn a lot over the years, and we've changed the culture at Addison. So a lot of culture change with attitudes. That senioritis is a thing, but we try to battle through that, and it works out good.
Yeah, then we've heard that from a few coaches. It's a lot of, because you rely on the seniors, for that leadership and that experience, and then as long as they're focused and set on the goals that the team and you have set for them, that can be a good thing.
Right.
Well, Rick, we're up against the clock. We got to take a break, and we got to try and stay on schedule. But appreciate you taking some time on Sunday to come in, and best of luck. And we'll hope that the weather is good too, so you can get all those games in.
Thank you. Appreciate you doing this.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rick.
All right.
We're going to take a break. Ian Wett, Mark Comstock, Corey Cox, you were inside the cave on a Sunday afternoon now. So we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Ian Wett, Mark Comstock, Corey Cox. You were inside the cave weekend edition and our annual coaches softball and baseball show for 2026. We are currently being joined by Toby Ernst, head softball coach at Adrian High School. And Toby, thanks for joining us. And let's get it started. Tell us a little bit about 2025, a little recap of where you finished off last year.
All right, well, thanks for having me. We finished kind of on a hot note for us. Very young team last year. I think we finished overall 11-25. Put a couple good games together towards the end, and then lost a close one to a tough Dundee team in our district semis. So pretty excited with the future of our program and kind of what this season holds.
And Toby, what year is this for you now as the head coach?
It's year 4.
Okay. All right. So you've got a pretty good feel for the program now. But tell us a little bit about some of your returning players this year and some of the people you're glad you've got back.
Right. Like I said, we were, last year I had 2 seniors. So pretty much all 8 returning starters back, 6 seniors, including 1 foreign exchange student this year, 4 juniors, 4 sophomores, and then could eventually see a couple freshmen get some time and get some experience as the season goes on.
Yeah, and so, you got the 8 returns. So is there any newcomers that are going to be able to get into the rotation that you're going to be relying on, or who do you see that's coming out this year that you didn't have last year?
We have a couple of juniors that are pressing for some time. It's just, again, we have a new motto this year that we call "Choose Your Hard." So, kind of that motto is hard. It's hard work to practice and kind of earn those spots, but it's also hard to sit the bench and watch from that angle and whatnot. And we got a lot of competition going on right now for some starting spots, but a couple of young ones that are returners for us. Our starting center fielder, Jaslyn Davis, who's going to kind of sit in that 4 or 5 hole for us. Had some success last year. Starting pitcher, Avery Canales, who was an all-league honorable mention and all-county player. Our starting catcher, Eden Eichhorn, who also was a all-league first-teamer and all-county player for us. So we got some talent at the young levels, and again, some of our senior leadership. I got one junior that's returning. She was out all last season with an injury. That we'll have her back, so she'll kind of sit in our shortstop center field spot. And then we have a couple others, again, that are battling for positions, and the competition is good right now.
Well, tell us a little bit about your schedule. Obviously the SEC. How many games will you play in the SEC, and a little bit about your non-conference schedule?
Yeah, we changed up the parameters in the SEC a little bit this year. Previously, the last few years, we've played everybody, including the red side also.
Wow.
Doubleheaders in the white, and then you had your option of singles or doubles on the red. We switched that up, so we're only facing 3 schools on the red now, and then everybody in the white, you have doubleheaders. So it kind of gives you an option to go out and see some non-conference competition as well. We open up April 2nd against Onsted, and then we jump right into league play with Jackson, a non-conference game, which will be a good one for us with Jackson Luma Christie, and then get to face the Lincoln Rail Splitters, who are new to the white side. So that'll be another tough one for us right off the bat.
Yeah, so you're looking at the tough schedule of the league there. What are some of the expectations? Where do you think this team, if things go well, where could you see this team?
Well, I think we'll be hopefully in the top half of the bracket once we finish. But I see ourselves, and I keep challenging our girls every year that, hey, our program has excelled and grown each year that I've been a part of it as an assistant, and then now as a head coach for 4 years, and each year we've kind of progressively gotten better. And with our experience and some of the young talent that we have, this year, next year, I think we'll be pushing for one of those top spots in the league, and hopefully, maybe squeak a couple out that maybe we shouldn't have and come out on top. Well,
Toby, we're getting up against the clock. We're trying to keep everybody on schedule here, but you got a couple weeks in. I got a weekend, and you're getting ready to start your second week. Probably got outside a little bit this week, but tell us a little bit about the first week, what you're going to look for this week, and how you're going to handle the spring break.
Yeah, we got outside actually 3 times last week. Kind of our girls are tough. They want to go outside, so we've been out in the 40-degree weather with the 20-mile-an-hour gusty winds. I'm looking to try to get out at least twice this week if the weather does allow it. And, spring break, we kind of do the old Adrian trip, and families can go, and we're going to practice for about 4 days down there and down south in Florida. And then, it's not mandatory, but those that go will hit the diamond in the morning for about 2 hours, and then those that are here will still practice at home also.
Well, Corey and I were looking for a place to go hit some balls on, I think, was it Friday with that wind? You didn't have a home run contest or anything, did you?
No, we didn't. We just, that was one of our defensive days. So, fly balls were a little tricky, but hey, it's fun.
Yeah. Well, hey, we wish you the best, and we appreciate you taking some time from your Sunday to call in. Good luck with your season. Good luck with the weather. I know that's always a difficult thing in Michigan, but we'll hope for good weather, and you have a great 2026 campaign.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Go Maples.
All right. Thanks, Toby. We'll take a break, We'll be right back. Ian Went, Mark Comstock, Corey Cox. You're listening to 96.5 The Cave. All right, we're back. 96.5 The Cave. We're at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall. Corey Cox, Mark Comstock, and we are hosting our 2026 softball, baseball coaches show for 2026. We're currently being joined by Joe Gillis. Is that right? Am I saying that right?
That's right.
Clinton head baseball coach. And, Coach, we appreciate you taking some time on your Sunday to come over to Adrian and visit with us and talk a little baseball. But take us back to 2025, kind of a quick recap of how your year finished up and where you see you're at, from where you're at to where you want to be this year.
So 2025, we finished 19-11. We were right in the LCAA hunt with 4 other schools that fought last week. Didn't quite get done what we wanted to and finished in second or third in the league. And then went into districts, semifinals. We beat fourth-ranked Ann Arbor Green Hills. Got to play in the district final against the Great Grass Lake team. I believe we lost 4-3 or 3-2 by 1 run. Going back through our schedule, we actually lost 6 games by 1 run last year. So that's kind of been our focus this year is we sat down with the seniors and we figured out, one more run. That's going to be our rally cry, so to speak, this year. And that's kind of set us up for tryouts in that first week of practice. Everything's been geared around scoring 1 more run.
Now, you had a couple, important pieces that have moved on from last year, but who are some of the key returners that you see coming in this year that are going to step up and step into the roles that you need them to be?
Yeah, graduating Jalen Stelzer, Andy Fair, Cade Brighton, and Callan Keith, those were, big 4 bats for us. Those guys were great players. But this year we got a lot of kids coming back. It's going to start with our seniors again with Quinn Walden. He'll be a 4-year player. Jaden German's going to see a lot of time on the mound. Cliff Jones and Tanner Bolton are phenomenal 3-sport athletes that are just coming out of, another successful wrestling season. And they'll help us, too, with some depth in the outfield and hoping to get Cliff behind the plate a little bit catching.
Well, Coach, you've got some key returners, new players. We have enough for the JV program this year, and be able to play probably not a full schedule, but get those young kids some experience if they're not playing varsity baseball.
Yeah, we had 28 show up at tryouts, and we ended up rostering everybody. So we have 15 on varsity, 13 JV players. We are playing a full JV schedule as well. Our varsity roster consists of 4 seniors, 5 juniors, 5 sophomores, and 1 freshman. The sophomores are going to kind of be the backbone of the team. They're a younger group that's played a lot of ball. It'll kind of start with the returning guys we had last year, Jackson Phillip and Caleb Ernst. And then we rostered Wyatt Cooley, Roman Roberts, and Dejan Garrison. So all those guys, they're young, but they're pieces that are going to help us just continue to get better.
So who's the freshman?
Evan Stevens.
And, and it's always, coaching, it's always a big decision when you put a freshman into. So what have you seen from him that, okay, this kid needs to be on varsity?
Evan kind of came out of nowhere. He's attended some of our camps in the past that we've held with the varsity kids. I didn't really have my eyes on him. He plays out of Ann Arbor for the Ann Arbor A's. and he came to winter workouts and he is all business. He's so much more mature than his age. And it is a difficult situation because if you're pulling a freshman up, he's got to play. And then he's a catcher. So it was a tough decision, but me and my coaching staff, we talked our way through it, and we just said, you know what, we've got to have Evan on this team.
Well, tell us a little bit about your schedule, a little bit about the conference teams that you think are going to be at the top, and maybe your expectations for the year and in postseason.
So, like the other coaches have said, the LCAA is really good baseball league. I would expect the Monroe schools to be really good again, Dundee and Ida. Madison has, their 9 seniors back. Onstead is a baseball school, so they're always tough. We're right in the middle of all that, and then, I really feel like baseball, there's more luck involved than any other high school sport, but you can kind of create your own luck by hard work. So that's kind of what we're trying to rally around. Our non-league schedule is a lot of the Cascades teams. They play good baseball there. We're going to Hanover. We're going to Napoleon. We're playing Grass Lake. And then we're going down to Whiteford for a tournament. And then our non-conference schedule will finish up with Adrian at Adrian College.
So, yeah, you got a pretty heavy loaded schedule there.
Yep. We try to challenge ourselves and, get prepared to have success in the postseason.
Now, with the way the LCAA schedule works out, how's your pitching depth?
It's really good.
Yeah.
When we went to 3 games, I was a big advocate of that. I like that. I think baseball is a game that should be played in series rather than one and done. So playing 3 games in 1 week against the league schools is right in our wheelhouse. It's exactly what we wanted.
Well, Coach, I would imagine you got outside a little bit your first week, which was good. And, of course, the weather as the week went on didn't get very good. But week 2, hopefully the weather will break enough that you can get some outdoor activity. But then you're faced with spring break. It's kind of an issue with all the softball and baseball coaches. How do you handle it?
So with 28 kids in our program, we just continue to practice. Obviously, several kids will go on spring break. Some go early, come back early. Some go late, come back late. But with 28 baseball players, we just continue to practice. We'll continue to work with the kids that are there. We may take a day or 2 off if the weather is bad. I like to be outside. Once we go outside, I like to stay outside. This week's been tough. We were out 3 days and in 3 days. Starting this week doesn't look great either Monday or Tuesday. But, man, oh, man, if we can get out, we're going out. And during spring break, we just continue to coach the kids that are there.
Well, Coach, we're kind of up against the clock here. We got to try and scan schedule, or this guy's going to come over here and tell us. But what year is this for you, Joe?
Year 9 with a COVID year, so it'll be my 8th season. Do
you pretty much have a philosophy, or do you kind of year to year kind of change it and make it fit your personnel, or is there some things this is what we do?
Well, I mean, you learn a lot each year, and then the kids that you have are different. I do have 2 really good assistant coaches this year. Payne Staten is our JV head coach, and then Jim Roberts, who's a former player, former head coach of the program. So I'm leaning on them. They have great ideas and letting them coach. So it's just all worked well together.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you taking some time on your Sunday to come over and visit with us, and best of luck this year. We'll keep our fingers crossed that the weather's as good as your season.
Me too.
So you get those games in, and, of course, it seems like as you get towards the end of your season, the weather gets really good, and at that point you're about ready to wrap it up. But good luck, and, again, thanks for coming over and joining us.
Okay, thank you, guys.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. 96.5 The Cave, Ian Went, Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. You were inside the cave on a weekend edition. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. 96.5 The Cave. Ian Wett, Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. We are being joined by Jeremy Beal, head baseball coach at Hudson. Coach, thanks for taking some time on Sunday to join us.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Well, tell us a little bit about how 2025 campaign season ended up for you and where you're at as you get ready for the 26th season.
Last year we had a very young team, very low on numbers and limited with seniors. And round through the year, I thought we got better every week. But there were points where we were thankful just to be playing, like it was just a number group where we felt like we were an injury or two away from, not playing some games. And to our kids' credit, good job just showing up and working hard every day despite that. Got most of that same group back, plus pretty large freshman class. So, we're excited this year about some growth we've seen and what we think, our is. So, excited about kind of where we're headed. I think it's going to be a tough year as far as the league goes, like it always is in the L. But, expecting to be able to compete fairly well on a nightly basis.
So who are some of these key returners that you're going to be bringing back from, last season that you're really going to rely on?
So good senior class, probably led by Gavin Yassett, who was a 3 or 4 year starter for us, competed as a freshman for us. We'll play some middle infield and be one of our top two arms. Really good, dependable kid and baseball first guy. And then Liam Tim, probably our ace last year as a junior, 3-hitter for us. Played some left field. We'll probably play more of a utility role when he's not pitching this year, but probably one of the hardest throwers I've coached, and a kid who's learned to command it a little bit better, as he's gotten older. So, I'm excited to feel like if he's on the mound and he pitches well, we can play with anybody. And then Devin Brigman has, kind of been a glue in every sport that he's played, just a solid kid, excellent football player for us, a key to our wrestling program. And brings the same thing to baseball, like does all the intangibles right, just a great character. When you want something shown correctly, he's going to be that guy, just, all the little things. And then also R.J. Thompson, who is a big middle-of-the-order presence for us. We'll figure out is that defensively, but has been a kid with a lot of pop in his bat and the ability to really barrel up balls. And then probably our last senior, Wyatt Gallipo, who has been kind of a late to base, came out late in his career, but a lot like Devin, just a great character kid who you can build programs around. Like does things right and shows up and is committed to being and doing things right every day. So yeah. Good senior class that we're pretty excited about.
Yeah, that's really, as a coach, you really look forward to coaching those kind of kids that are just, they're there, they're going to bring that effort, they're going to be coachable, just solid kids, it sounds like. So who are some of the new kids on the team that, maybe surprised you here these first few weeks, or that you're looking for big things from some new players that are to the Hudson program?
So, the only junior we got in the program right now is Braden Yadley, and that, kind of held center field down for us last year, does a really good job going to get it. Was a bit of a project last year at the plate, but looks a lot more comfortable this year, and definitely has some ability. Fast kid, will probably be a receiver for us next year in football, but an kid who just goes and gets it really well. And then we also have a returning sophomore, Carter Vandenberg, who played a ton for us last year and is a middle-of-the-lineup type bat when things are correct. And really, if these guys end up produce, we feel good about where we're at, but probably the key to where we'll be at is a team, and it's a weird thing to say. It'll depend a lot on a group of freshmen that we have that we're very high on, but you just don't know how freshmen are going to contribute ever to varsity programs, right? I mean, it's been a very good group for us that's done a lot of things in different sports, but they're going to have to play key roles for us. And so how quickly they adapt and adjust and work themselves into, varsity baseball will really determine what our overall success level is.
Well, tell us a little bit about the schedule and the conference and what it looks like for the Hudson baseball team this year.
So I think the conference, we've tried to up our schedule a little bit. We've, added some tournaments that normally we don't play. We're heading to Coldwater the first weekend of the season. We'll see Tecumseh and Coldwater over there, along with Coloma. So excited about what that looks like early. As far as the league goes, the teams that were really good last year lost some people, and the teams that were in the middle of the pack are bringing back a lot of pieces. So I think the expectation for us, and in all honesty, not much different than every week in the LCAA for as long as I've been doing it, that it's going to be a grind, and there's never going to be a night that you get off the bus and you've got a win guarantee for you. You're going to have to show up and play. And last year the league came down to literally the last weekend. Like, we were sorting things out on pre-district Tuesday. As we were approaching that, trying to have multiple teams play games to determine a league title. And I would expect nothing else this year. Our schedule is we play doubleheaders on Tuesday and then singles on Thursday, same opponent. And that has really been a format that, has really proven to make the league very competitive. So you've got to show up every week and you've got to play those games, and, you can't have nights where you disappear offensively or defensively. So hard to say how the league will play out, but what I do know is that it'll be a grinder, and there could be a number of teams involved in that when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and then, we just spoke with Addison. Addison, you got them in the district, right, along with Waldron and Pittsford. Was that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you guys hosting the district?
We are hosting the district.
So how do you think you got some expectations for that district?
Well, I don't know a ton about, we haven't been in D4 for quite a few years.
Yeah, it's a change.
So don't know a ton about who we're playing. I mean, we'll do that homework once games get started, and obviously we haven't done the draw or any of that. So not real familiar with, what that's going to look like. But obviously, the thing about baseball is, man, the guy on the mound is going to determine a lot. And, one thing I know from having coached for a long time is you can't go after perceived weaknesses. Like, your kid's got to show up and play, and you got to develop baseball players. It's a lot different than coaching football where you see something and you can attack it. I mean, you've got to put the ball in play. You've got to throw strikes. You've got to make plays. And you can't always predict where it's going or how it's getting there. So, baseball gets kind of funny that way in the postseason. It's just about building the product and developing players. And like I said, for us, it's going to be in large part how we continue to develop as the year goes on.
Well, Coach, I suspect you got out last week a couple days and hoping to get out in week 2 and get some outdoor practice in. But how do you handle the spring break? I mean, that's kind of a thing. You get a couple weeks under your belt. You start to get some rhythm with practices after school, and then all of a sudden you hit a week when all the kids are, well, I shouldn't say all the kids, that maybe half your kids are going south. How do you handle it?
Well, first thing I try to do is not freak out about it.
Yeah.
We know it's coming.
Right.
We know, for us historically, a huge percentage of them are going to be gone. So you're going to, hopefully get a little bit of momentum going and a little bit of routine and rhythm, and then, that's going to get disrupted for a week. And then when they come back, you're going to have a couple of days tops, and then you're going to be playing. So, that's just the routine. And one of the things I've learned since I've been doing it is, man, just get to spring break, get through spring break, and then the season is ultimately going to start. Because if you spend a lot of energy worrying about all of the stuff that comes up prior and all the stuff you're missing on spring break, is a lot of wasted energy. So, we have been very good. Our first weekend, I thought, was a great week of practice for us. We were able to get outside Monday and Tuesday, and, those are kind of run before you walk days. Typically you want to start with a lot of, routine stuff and, a lot of fundamentals. And the reality is we knew early on you're only going to probably get 2 days out. And so, you got plenty of time to come back to the gym after that and try to grind out your detail stuff. So we try to take advantage of those first couple of days, and then, if we're blessed with another 1 or 2 before spring break rolls around, we'll get outside and teach some big picture stuff and then break it back down when we're forced back inside. So, we try to kind of stay level-headed about it and, go after it with the understanding of we have a lot of things we're still grinding out those first couple of weeks before spring break. We still have our banquet to have. We've got a huge play that's going to end today that, kids are involved in. So we just got to take every day as its own thing and be thankful for who's there, and then realize when we're back from break and all the distractions are done, then we can be about the routine and the grind.
All right. Hey, Jeremy, thanks for the time on Sunday. I know it's a busy time for an AD and baseball coach, but thanks for joining us, and good luck with your season, and we'll hope for great weather for you as well so you can get all those games in. But thanks for joining us.
All right. Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Have a great year, Jeremy.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
All right, 96.5 The Cave. We're going to take a break. Ian Went, Corey Cox, Mark Comstock, and we'll be right back after the break. We're back, 96.5 The Cave. Corey Cox, Ian Went, Mark Comstock. We are at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Hall. Of course, Tuesday, St. Patrick's Day. They got a special $14 Reuben sandwich with potato wedges, red potato wedges, Reuben egg rolls with Thousand Island dipping sauce. So if I guess we got things going on Tuesday, we're not going to make that.
Right,
but,
right.
Sounds good anyways.
It does.
Are you a Reuben sandwich guy?
Oh, yeah.
Are you?
Yep, I'm an Irish guy. My parents owned an Irish bar back in Jackson.
Well, I'd be remiss to say that it's been an honor and a privilege to coach your daughter for 2 years. And,
she loves playing for you. She loves getting coached hard.
She's special, and I've passed that along to you. But we're not going to talk basketball. We're going to talk baseball, and we need a quick recap of last year's season and where you were at last year to where you think you're at as you begin this year.
Last year we kind of struggled early. We got better as the season went on. League-wise, we started out really well. We took 2 out of 3 from Chelsea, and then got swept by Pinckney. So it was a tough one. We end up coming in 3rd place in the league, and we expect to compete again. I mean, this is going to be a good league this year. So we got seven seniors returning with 11 juniors, and a couple of them have some experience. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're here with Coach Bollinger of Tecumseh Baseball. Who are some of these key returners? You got a lot of them here. So who are some of the key ones that you're really going to rely on?
Two seniors have 3.5 years of experience. Jeremy Bennett in center field and Rocco Williams as a pitcher and shortstop. Connor Bollinger, my son, is a 3-year player at second base and shortstop. Pitches a little bit, bats leadoff. Austin Kane, who catches for us, this will be his 2.5 season. He kind of got pulled up a little bit his sophomore year too. So those 4 guys up the middle, I mean, that's where I think our strength's going to be: catcher, middle infield, and center field. So with those 4, we're really looking for them to lead us.
And newcomers, you got somebody that's caught your eye here in the first week?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. We have 11 juniors, so a lot of them have some experience. So I'm really looking forward to it. Some of them play multiple positions. Braden Bowers, a tall pitcher catcher. Ben Andrews can play multiple positions. He'll pitch for us. Kyle Barton's a first baseman pitcher, lefty. and senior Logan Ware, who does the exact same thing, lefty first base pitcher, and then Max Rohrig, who's also a senior that I think is going to get a lot more experience, a lot more playing time in terms of on the mound this year too.
So it sounds like you got quite a few lefties.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we got a lot of lefty hitters too. I mean, it's first time in a while pitching-wise that I've had multiple left-handed pitchers. So we'll see how they do. You know, the biggest thing is being able to throw strikes because I think our defense is going to be a strength for us. So we want pitchers to throw strikes. No overpowering guys, but we do have a lot of guys who can throw strikes.
Well, Coach, you've been coaching a long time, and do you change philosophies? Are you this is the way I want to play, and you try and get your kids to do that, or have you changed every year? Are you kind of changing according to your roster?
Yeah, we do a little bit. I mean, you know, this year we have a lot of speed, so I'm hoping to utilize that a little bit more. We do like to bunt, you know, play small ball, put pressure on the defense as much as possible. But I tell the guys, I mean, I'd rather you get to second base so I don't have to, or if I'm bunting you, I can bunt you to third instead of to second. So things like that, just being aggressive on the base pass, you know, try to turn a single into a double, things like that. We've already talked about that from day one. So just little things like that we do trying to change up, you know.
So with the schedule, you know, you got a pretty tough conference schedule. What did you do in the as far as your non-conference? I think we just heard that you might be going to Coldwater for a tournament.
Yep, that's our first one. We don't play till the 4th of April, so we got some time still. But the 3-game series there, we picked up. We usually play Lumen Christi, so we're playing them in a single. We play Parma Western; they're usually really good. Then we're going to Mason this year, who they went to the quarterfinals last year. And they have a lot of guys returning. So, you know, we talk about getting better in the postseason, get ourselves better and ready for the postseason. So I think our with our league and our non-league, we're going to have some tough games this year.
Good mix of opponents.
Right, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, expectations. Will you set some goals, or will you kind of let it play out a little bit and decide what you want to do at the end of the year?
Yeah, we usually do as a team. You know, we haven't done that yet. You know, we talk about just competing. You know, we want to compete every day in practice, in drills, you know, win the drill, you know, and then, you know, and get better from there. So we'll have more. The guys come up with their own a little bit. We talk about it, you know, a little chalk talk sometimes when we have rainy days coming up, but just competing every day.
Well, you've got some, like you mentioned, I think off the air, you got it in a day or two outside. This week, I don't know, the weather seems a little shaky this week again, but then you face the spring break. How are you going to handle the spring break this year?
We go to Hilton Head, so we take. There's 20 guys going, and actually 3 of the guys have little brothers that are freshmen, so they're going to be with us. So we could have 23 guys practicing with 3 coaches.
Nice.
So we go down there for 4 days and practice as long as the weather holds. Last year it was really good, so Monday through Thursday we'll practice while they're we use Al Schmidt, who was a coach of mine. He's down there in May River, so we utilize his field while they're in school and get it all cleaned up because they don't play till later at night because it's so warm and the bugs are out. So we're out there practicing in the heat and the bugs, but it's awesome for us because
right.
I'll stay out there for 6 hours, but you know the kids want to get back and hang out by the pool or just be kids. So we usually have a couple hour practice, eat a lunch in the dugout, and then scrimmage afterwards. You know, for a couple hours. So it works out well.
Well, I know you got the hitting barn, you got the turf football fields. You really got a couple advantages, at least in terms of facilities at Tecumseh.
Yeah, we're lucky that way. I mean, lacrosse uses it up, but the girls' lacrosse usually lets us split it for a little while, you know, so we'll go out there. We did that this week, and then we utilize the barn. The barn's awesome. We have a new turf in there, so we're able to do some ground balls even in there. We did that for the first time ever this week, too. So, yeah, and we like hitting live as much as possible, so we're in there. We have 2 mounds in there going, so this week we'll do the same thing because it does look real cold again this week.
Well, we got to keep the program on schedule, but obviously we're not being pushed because our boss is over there eating food. But what's your district look like this year? Will you be hosting or on the road with the district?
Yeah, we'll be on the road. We hosted last year, so we're at Adrian. Same teams except Adrian Madison is not in our district anymore. They bumped down, and we have Ida. So it's Ida, Milan, us, Adrian, and Dundee. So same 5 that we had pretty much with those 2 switches.
Well, are you a Moneyball Do you believe in Moneyball? These guys joke because I've watched I've watched it over 50 times.
Sure.
I can't stop not watching it, and I'm a big believer in Moneyball.
I am too. I mean, getting on base is more important than a batting average. I mean, we talk about you could square up and hit something hard right at somebody, and you're 0 for 1. Where you draw a walk, hey, you got on base, you're giving up an opportunity to score. That's the name of the game, is to score runs and stop the other team from scoring.
Well, you can't steal first base. You got to get on first to steal a base. So, well, Coach, best of luck, and I guess if we can get all 38 games in, then we know that the weather's been good. But we'll keep our fingers crossed that the weather breaks. Of course, it seems like the weather breaks about the time you're about to the district season. But
yeah, mid-May.
Well, have a great week of prep this week, and then it sounds like you'll be able to get a lot done over spring break.
Sure.
So, best of luck to you, and go get them.
Thank you. Thank you guys for everything you do.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're at 96.5 The Cave. Ian Went, Corey Cox, Mark Comstock. We'll take a break. We'll be back with our Coaches Show.
And welcome back Inside the Cave Sunday edition. John Roberts, Corey Cox with you here live from SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center on North Main Street in Adrian. And we are continuing on now with our baseball and softball coaches show with Katie Tobias of Tecumseh High School. Good morning, Coach. Good afternoon, Coach.
Good morning. Good afternoon to you guys. Thanks
I'm not
for
sure
having
what
me
it is.
on.
I guess it is afternoon now, isn't it? So, first year coaching the Indians, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And you're a week in. How's the team looking so far?
Weekend, team's looking good. We actually had 2 scrimmages on. Were great outings, great offensive production, and start to the season so far.
So, Coach, being your first year, how well do you know the team? Like, do you know some of the key returns that are coming back from last year?
Yep, pretty familiar with the team so far. We held off-season workouts and sessions since the fall, so some familiar faces coming into the season.
And Coach, the makeup of the team by grade, is it pretty spread out, or is it mostly upperclassmen?
Yep, pretty spread out. We have a good portion of seniors and a couple juniors, but be sophomore heavy also.
Okay. So not only some experience, but some kids that'll carry the program going forward even after this season.
Yep, thankful for that.
Coach, if you can, a little bit about your philosophy and how you want to see Tecumseh Indian softball played as the head coach.
Yeah, so my biggest thing is I want us to compete. I know last year districts and made a run in regionals, and I'm looking forward to even past that, right?
Sure.
As a team and some of the players' goals, they want the same thing. But I'm also, yes, so compete, but also mental side of the game that they kind of understand and are maybe able to teach them to bounce back a little bit more, if that makes sense, from mistakes.
Yep.
Absolutely. Who are some of the, like, your pitchers that you're going to be relying on, and some of the key players that you really looking forward to?
Yep. So our dominant pitcher, Kennedy Fulton, she's one of our sophomores. And unfortunately, our pitchers in basketball season to an ACL injury. So flexing around a little bit with the rest of our pitching staff, but relying on our upperclassmen offense skills. So for power, we got Emma Eldred and Laura Nadeau, two of our potent offense power hitters. But then also some of our sophomores bring the slap game and smaller game. So a pretty balanced offense.
Looking at the conference, Coach, who do you expect to be your biggest challenge in the SEC White?
Yep, I don't necessarily have a specific team for you guys to give. Granted, I'm just going off of stats and records and everything that I've seen without personally playing against them. I don't want to say any names.
Gotcha. You'll know by the end of the year, right?
True, yes. I'll have a better understanding next year, yes.
What's your coaching experience? Where did you come from? Have you coached?
This is actually my first year. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's what I was asking. Is this your first varsity head coaching job?
Yep. So this is my first head coaching position. So I graduated from Concordia. Started my playing career actually at Central Michigan University.
Wow.
But I was able to finish out my, what should you call it, my undergraduate degree, and thankful enough to get a GA position at Concordia. So I don't know if you guys heard anything about Concordia, but athletics shut down. But thankfully I was able to get a year of coaching side experience under my belt before heading in here.
Oh, that's great. I'm a CMU grad myself, so glad to hear you.
Amazing.
We're in Mount Pleasant there for a little fire up. There
right,
you go.
And so am I. So
there we go. We got a couple.
We got 3 Chippewas here.
There we go. Fire up.
Very nice.
Coach, we got about 30 more seconds. Maybe talk just a little bit. What are some goals you have for the team this year? I know you mentioned, making a deeper run in the state tournament, but any other goals for the Indians?
Yeah, outside of just competition-wise, I want the team as overall to have a pretty good culture and teamwork frame, if that makes sense. I want them to all get along because they need to get along in order to play well on the field.
Yeah.
So that's a big goal of mine as a coach.
Perfect. All right, Coach. Well, we appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk with us about Tecumseh Indians softball, and we look forward to hearing from you more throughout the season.
Alrighty, thank you guys. It was a pleasure.
All right. Katie Tobias, the head softball coach at Tecumseh High School. We'll take a quick timeout, and when we come back, our next guest, Kay Johnson, the Morenci softball coach, right here on 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com, and Lenawee TV. welcome back Inside the Cave Sunday edition, our annual baseball and softball coaches show. And we are joined now on the phone by Kay Johnson, the longtime head softball coach at Morenci High School. Good afternoon, Coach.
Well, hello.
Well, you're a week into your season. How are the Bulldogs shaping up so far?
Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. We don't know. We're still got girls playing basketball.
We wondered how many were still on the team, and so that is a good problem to have, because it means they're having a very successful basketball season again. But it does kind of put you a little behind, maybe to get started here.
It does maybe at the beginning of the season, but my goal is always to win the last game of the year, not the first game of the year. So we've taken a couple days off to go watch them play. We'll do that again tomorrow or on Tuesday when they play.
Mm-hmm.
I found out when we did it last year that it was okay, because as this year I have 6 new players that have never played before. One of them plays travel ball. The rest of them probably hadn't had their glove out since June. So it gives me more time to break down some skills that the basketball players, or Addie and Evelyn, and that
they already
don't
have.
need to,
right? Yeah,
they already have. So
yeah, that's a great way to look at it. You get a little more, almost one-on-one time with some of those lesser experienced girls, and it allows you to bring them along maybe at a quicker pace than if you had your full team there. You can't take that
Correct.
individual time, so that's great.
No, Coach.
So that's how I have to look at it, is to make sure we can get some basic skills drilled into some younger kids, and not have 16 girls standing around.
Sure.
So, that part I appreciated, and anytime we can support our basketball team, we're there.
Absolutely. And who are some of the players that you got some key returns, but who are some of the new players that you're going to rely on this season?
Well, that's a hard one too, if I haven't seen them much. But there's 5 freshmen, and Tessa Gilpin has had a lot of experience with travel ball. So we look to her maybe, but we've got McKinley Valentine. That'd be Addie's younger sister. She's always full go at practice too. Layla Myers, Jaylee Abels, and Kylie Greiter. And then I have a junior that's new to the team this year, Chloe Elliott. So those 6 girls we've been trying to work with pretty hard and see what we can get. But I'm pleased with what's happening there. I guess we're going to have a little bit more competition for playing time this year than I believe we'd have in the last couple years. So if those freshmen mature, those new players mature, we'll have a lot of competition for some key spots.
Well, and Coach, the TCC has a long history of having some good softball programs, and certainly Morenci is part of that. Who do you look for to be especially challenging in 2026?
Well, no doubt Whiteford, who's won probably the last 4 or 5. They've reloaded a couple players, and they'll be strong this year without a doubt, and they probably coast through the season. But Summerfield's got some key athletes too returning. They'll have the pitching and some fine infield play. So I look those 2. But without Lenawee Christian playing softball, we only have basically a 5-team league.
Right.
Sand Creek, Britain, and us. So, but yeah, Whiteford will definitely be on top. They're already scrimmaged some teams like Sylvania Northview, and
sure.
They're ahead. Way ahead of everybody else.
Despite some of the girls not being there because of basketball, do you have a sense of what the numbers are for your program?
It looks like we're going to end up with 16, and that's okay with me.
Well, it does allow you, that number, Coach, does allow you to figure out roles maybe a little quicker. You kind of probably run a lot with the same starting lineup, and then who your role players are and who can play what positions, especially if they can play more than one position. I would imagine that's one benefit of the smaller numbers. And Coach, looking toward the end of the year, who is in your district this year?
We'll go to Hudson for a district, so they dropped down from Division 3 to Division 4. I think they're there with Pittsford and Waldron, maybe. But Hudson will be solid too this year. I'm sure we split with them last year, but they've got some power hitters on their team. But I look to us. You mentioned power hitters. We're replacing a catcher and a couple outfielders, and Chelsea and Abby and Alyssa was catching last year, and Zoe Martinez, our DH. So those 4 girls graduated. When I look at what we have right now, I think if the freshmen and the younger girls are playing, we're lacking some of the power that we had last year. But we're going to trade in power for a little bit more speed and quickness on the bases. Hopefully it evens itself out that those girls last year had hit a double, and maybe this year it could turn into a triple or just a first or a single and then steal second or something along that line. So I'd hate to go without both those skills, but I think we can fill up the speed and quickness.
Well, there you go. Well, Coach, we greatly appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your Sunday to talk Bulldog softball with us, and we look forward to hearing from you throughout the year.
All righty. We'll do. As soon as that weather breaks a little bit, we'll be
there
happy.
You go. All right. Thanks, Coach.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Coach Kay Johnson of the Morenci Bulldogs softball program, the longtime mentor. I remember we talked with her when we did our 50-year celebration of Title IX, and she's been there since the beginning. So, doing a great job out in Morenci. Up next, we'll have Coach Kyle Johnson of the Adrian Maples baseball program. Right after this, 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com, and Lenawee TV. Inside the Cave Sunday edition, our annual baseball and softball coaches show, and we are joined now at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center on North Main Street in Adrian by Kyle Johnson, the head baseball coach of the Adrian Maples. Good afternoon, Coach, and thanks for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, recent years, the Maples have had quite a bit of success, starting a couple years ago with the quarterfinal run. And, you've lost some of those players from those teams to graduation, but you still have a good number of those guys that are now going to be third and fourth year varsity players for you coming back.
Yeah, I think that's going to be huge for us. We have a lot of guys that are, kind of used to what we've been doing, and I think that their leadership and experience and a lot of that's going to push us a long way.
Good. How are numbers in the program this year?
They're not bad, around 28. So
okay.
It kind of gives you, that.
You can play a full JV and varsity schedule.
Yes, for sure.
So, yeah, and some of those guys obviously will move back and forth on weekends and things like that. So that's good to hear that the numbers are up and staying up. Some of those guys that we talked about that are coming back, those third and fourth year players, who are some of those guys that people that come watch the Maples play can kind of look for?
I think our 2 seniors are going to do a lot for us this yeyear. Julius Robichaud committed to Oakland. Him on the mound is a big thing for us. Seeing him, short little stints so far. He's looked really good. And then Adam Parker, can never have too many Parkers in the lineup, so we'll take that. And, he's looked really good swinging so far. So, I think those two are going to help lead us. But, they've been there and they've kind of been through that grind for the last 3 years. So it's kind of their year to shine. So, we're going to be leaning on them a lot for their leadership.
And Adam's still playing outfield?
Yeah, yep. Right now he's looking like our center fielder, so kind of moving over a little bit. But, he's been swinging the bat well, and he's been doing good on our couple nice days that we were able to get outside. So, hopefully continue that throughout the season.
Now, you've had some pretty good depth in the last couple of years. Who are some of the kids that maybe have been on the team that are now you're really going to look towards as being now it's their time to shine?
Yeah, I think Abram Marlat's a big one that we're going to look at pitching-wise. He was with us last year, but his stuff's just getting better and better, and I think that he's going to be a big one in our rotation. And then last year we had a lot of freshmen that were up with us. We had Luke Brueggemann and Nugget DeKaiser and Ryder Borton and those guys. And I think that this year, another year of experience and maturity, I think that's going to be big for us. So getting those young guys to kind of come along with some of our older guys is going to be big on how we mesh and how the season progresses.
You mentioned some of those freshmen, they're now sophomores, and those are guys that did see, as you said, quite a bit of playing time. I know DeKaiser split catching duties with Casey Eichhorn as a true freshman. Luke Brueggemann played a little bit, but did a lot of base running, so he got his experience there. You've mentioned Marlat and you've mentioned Robichaud. Anybody else on the mound that you're looking at? I mean, you can never have enough pitching, so who are some maybe the other guys that might throw the ball for the Maples this year?
We talked this year. We packed our schedule, so we have, we're maxed out with that, so kind of coming into the year, we told everyone you're all pitchers now, so welcome to that. But we've been looking at a lot of guys. I mean, Ryder Borton's looked really good up there. He came in relief a lot last year, but he's looked really good on the mound. Luke has looked really good on the mound. Adam's coming back in there and throwing a lot. We've even tried out Nugget on the mound a few times, so we're getting some guys, some innings out there. And then I think one that might surprise some people this year is Noah Yatsik. He hasn't really pitched a whole lot, but is willing to put in some work this offseason, and he's looking good too. So just trying to get all the dominoes to fall, I think, in the right direction, but getting everybody that mindset too that you're all gonna have to pull weight and be ready to go. So I think everyone's excited for that challenge.
Well, and you mentioned some of those guys, and people that follow Maple Athletics, they've certainly heard those names in various other sports as big contributors, and it's good to know that that's the expectation with baseball too. So
yeah, baseball is that one sport where you can have that dominant guy, but it takes 9 to really be a good program. So I think everybody's looking forward to that and being able to fulfill their role and just contribute in whatever way, whether it's base running, defense, pitching, hitting, whatever we can do. So we're going to be scrappy this year. That's going to be our goal, and scrappy and run. So
you might be playing a little more small ball than usual.
We might.
I'm sure you still have a few guys that can hit the long ball as well, though.
Yep.
Talking about the SEC White, who are the challenges that the Maples are going to have to overcome if they want to win the league?
I think, you run into those same, horses that you get every year. I think Tecumseh is going to be solid, and, Chelsea's always one of the top dogs. They had a really good team last year. And, with Lincoln kind of coming over to the White, I think that they're going to be a team that's pretty, well-balanced. So, we're just going to have to continue to play our game. It's a long road, but, you got to win 2 of the 3, all the series. So just being scrappy and, competing all day in and day out, I think we'll be good if we can do what, we're capable of doing.
And now some of those younger kids that you mentioned, and John mentioned too, you're familiar with the names. They've been varsity players in other sports. So by the time they come around to the spring, have you noticed, are they just much bigger and stronger and faster than what they were, as freshmen?
Yeah, I can say a lot of them are, and that's not a bad thing. I think our strength program does a pretty good job over at Adrian. I think those kids are, slowly maturing and getting there, and that growth from freshman to sophomore year is huge, but the same thing with when you're a sophomore going into your junior year. I think that's a big one too. So, excited to see what they can do, but they're looking the part now. Now we just got to go out there and do it.
And your district coach, Adrian, is hosting this year, I was told.
Yep.
So that'll be kind of nice to have districts on your home field.
Madison moved out and Ida came in, is that?
Yeah.
So similar schools that you're very familiar with, so that's also maybe a little bit of an advantage. But of course, they're familiar with you too.
Yep.
Non-conference games. Who do you have? Maybe that's a tough squad that'll challenge the team in the non-conference.
We have a pretty big tournament in like Trenton. That'll be good. Like Trenton, Woodhaven, Southgate, Anderson. Those schools. We play Saline this year. We got Pioneer, so we got some schools from the Red, but we're looking forward to a busy schedule. You just got to keep playing and hit your stride here in end of May and June, and that's what we hope to do.
Well, and hopefully the weather is gradually better. I know spring break coming up, and a lot of the guys go down to Florida and get practices down in Florida. Hopefully by the time they come back, it'll be more like Florida up here on a consistent basis. Probably not going to be 80 or whatever it is down there right now, right away. But if you could get some nice 60-degree days, you'd take that.
I'll take over 32 and dry. I'm in with both of those.
Yeah, there you go. So, well, Coach, appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your busy Sunday to talk Maples baseball with us, and we look forward to hearing from you throughout the season.
Perfect. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. Coach Kyle Johnson, the head baseball coach at Adrian High School. We're going to take a quick timeout, and we'll be back with more baseball and softball right here on 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com, and Lenawee TV. welcome back Inside the Cave Sunday edition, our annual baseball and softball coaches show, live from SkyTech Sports Bar in Adrian, Michigan. Also Banquet Center. You got a full St. Patrick's Day menu for Tuesday coming up. We've got a Reuben sandwich with red potato wedges, $14, and Reuben egg rolls with Thousand Island dipping sauce. I'm a big Reuben guy. I like Reuben sandwiches, so might have to get one of those, if not here, somewhere on Tuesday. So. Oh, permanently. Good. That's always good. Okay, Coach Roberts from Clinton High School. Softball is with us on the phone now. Good afternoon, Coach.
Hi, guys.
Well, you're a week into your official season, not counting off-season workouts and all that kind of good stuff. What can you tell us about the Red Wolves so far?
We're really excited about the team that we have this year. We have 3 returning seniors, 4 or 5 returning juniors, and are excited to get after it.
Well, when you have those returning kids, it does give you hope that you can have a strong season, and I would imagine that's the case in Clinton.
Absolutely. These kids that are coming back have worked so hard. They've played a ton of ball through years, whether it was with travel or for Clinton, and we're just really excited to hit the field outside.
Coach, could you just give us a little recap of last season and what you how the season went, and then where it's going to help you into this season?
Yeah, of course. Last season, we lost the second game of districts to Brookville Central, which was obviously heartbreaking. That's not something that, that's not how you want to end your season. We had an off season, with all of that to say, we won the league. And I think, we I think it was 29-10. But, it doesn't matter how many wins you have if, when your last is a loss, your season's over. So that loss is definitely something that we've thought about all off season and has fueled us. We had a great season. We try to play a lot of strong D1 and D2 teams to prepare us for the year, and having so many returns, that experience carries forward. It doesn't just end after 1 year. And so there are a lot of really great things last year that we can build upon for. So we're, disappointed in how the season ended, but used it to fuel us in the off season, and we're ready to go.
Coach, pitching is always so important in the game of softball. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the girls we're going to see in the circle for Clinton this year?
Yeah, absolutely. Your pitching can make or break a season. To be honest, we have 3 pitchers. We have Lola Sesniak, Ashlyn Benz, Lexi Georginas. Lexi's a sophomore, and the other 2 are juniors. They all have a little bit of a different look, but they're all really hard workers, and bring a different part to the game, regardless of which one's on the mound. It's going to look different each time. But all 3 of them are tenacious. All 3 of them are as competitive as you can get, and we're excited to have all 3 having the chance to get on the mound this year.
Who are some newcomers that are being added to the team this year that you're looking for good things from?
Well, honestly, I mean, we have 1 freshman, and then the rest are returners. Wow. So, 1 newbie, and the rest are the returners. What I'm really excited about, we have the sophomore Lexi Georginas on the mound, and she's got a great bat. She just makes contact. Our sophomore shortstop, Maya Popke, she's in the base paths, she makes things happen and has just a killer arm. Really excited about her. When it comes to juniors, Kylan Long at first base is a dog, and she's got a great bat. So we're excited to see Exposite at second. I mean, every single player brings something. And then with our senior class, we have, Lydia Ormsby, Cora Harsh, and Annabelle Preston are just, they're 3 of the best, and we're just so excited.
Sounds good. Coach, the LCAA, always very good in softball. Who are some of the teams that you anticipate being towards the top of the league and you're going to have to get by to win a conference title?
Oh, God. I mean, really every year, pitching pitching is it. And so you don't really know who you're going to see. But Ida always brings a strong team. Hudson always brings a strong team. Dundee, really strong. And then Adrian Madison has been doing some really good things with softball in the last couple of years. And so that's always a tough one. You can't ever count out Blissfield. You really never know. We're going to treat each game, like it could be our last and take them all seriously. So.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. You don't want to look forward to the next team. You got to play the one that's on the schedule for each day.
Exactly.
And your districts this year, where are they at? And the teams that are in that district?
Actually, we're hosting. I knew you'd ask me, and I just totally blanked on exactly who's in our district. Honestly, like after last year, you can't take anyone for granted. You can't take any game for granted. And so honestly, we're just really approaching each game as if it's a big game, So
I believe it's you guys with Blissfield, Madison, and Sand Creek and Onstead. Maybe
it's for sure. Yeah, it's for sure Madison. It's for sure Blissfield
and Sand Creek.
And I think it's Sand Creek, and that's we're hosting. I kept forgetting if it was Sand Creek or Onstead, but I don't think it's Onstead.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but you got to come ready to play regardless.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
And Coach, you mentioned that challenging non-conference schedule. Real quick here, in just a few seconds we have left. You got any of those teams at the tip of your tongue that you can talk about real quick?
Yeah, we play St. Mary's. They're always tough. We play in this Michigan Challenge tournament. That's the best teams in D1, D2, D3. And that's always a huge challenge. You're playing Allen Parks or, Carleton Airport. And so we really look forward to those kind of tournament schedules.
Right. Yeah. All right, Coach. Well, we appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk Red Wolves softball, and we look forward to hearing from you throughout the season and wish you the best of luck.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. Coach Lisa Roberts of the Clinton Red Wolves softball program. We are going to take a quick timeout, and when we come back, we'll talk more baseball and softball right here on 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com, and Lenawee TV. Welcome back. Inside the Cave Sunday edition, our annual baseball and softball coaches show, coming to you live from SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center on North Main Street in Adrian. And St. Patrick's Day coming up, Corey. They've got a nice special, $14 for a Reuben sandwich and red potato wedges. Also some Reuben egg rolls with Thousand Island dipping sauce. So,
yeah, they got a.
Nice... Are you a Reuben guy?
I'm not a Reuben guy.
You're not a Reuben guy?
I'll eat one, but
it's not your favorite.
Right,
you wouldn't pick it.
Right, no, but
if someone made it for you, you'd eat it.
Right, absolutely. Very few foods I turn down.
Yeah, I understand. Sauerkraut and that is not always everybody's stuff. So, well, let's talk some baseball. We're here with Coach Holden Branch of the Onstead Wildcats. Coach, good afternoon, and thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
And you're a week into your season, and what are you able to tell us so far that you've seen in practices about the Wildcats?
Yeah, we're going to be young. I kind of knew that just based on what we were losing last year and kind of the talent we had and the talent that was coming up. But right now I have 4 freshmen that are looking to make an impact on varsity. So, yeah, we'll be young and there'll be some new faces for everybody. I mean, but that's granted when you have a year when you lose 7 seniors, right? And a few of those that have been workhorses for a few years.
Well, and I'm sure you hope that by the end of the season you're not talking about a rebuild, but you've just reloaded.
Absolutely. I think these young guys are going to take some people by surprise on the skill set that they bring. And then obviously we have a handful of upperclassmen. You know, we got 3 seniors, 5 juniors, and then the 4 freshmen. I think we definitely reloaded. I think when people see we lost 7 seniors, everybody thinks, oh, you're gonna rebuild. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think we're going to take some people by surprise.
And numbers in the overall program are pretty good.
They're okay. Could they be better? They always could be better,
sure.
Right? We didn't have to make cuts on varsity or JV this year. But yeah, they could be better. But I'm happy with where they are. It's not the quantity, it's the quality, and I think we have some ball players in the program, so I'll take it.
There you go.
So with the basketball team, how many players did you have on that team? Were they able to get started this week or the end of last week then?
Yeah, so Bryson Sutherland, senior, Sean Symington, junior, and then freshman Jacob Hill were on the basketball team. So they were able to join us on Wednesday. I let them take it easy. We just went over some bunt coverages and things like that. So they didn't have to do anything intense. Basketball is a long season, so I want to make sure that they're taking care of their bodies after all that type of, running and, basically 4 months of 90 minutes of just sprinting around. So make sure they're easy on their body. But yeah, they were able to join us on Wednesday, so we're happy to have them. Would have loved to see the Wildcat basketball team get a few more wins, but they had a great season, and the whole community is proud of all of them. So.
And that's always the challenge. Not you as a spring coach, you obviously deal with Michigan weather. But if you have some winter sports teams that are successful, a lot of times that can cut into your your first week or maybe even 2 weeks, depending on how far they go. But as you said, you want those experiences for those kids can translate to baseball, especially when you get into your postseason.
Absolutely. When that pressure's on you, it's like, yeah, have you been there or not, whether it's in baseball or a different sport. So absolutely, it just helps them, all around, especially as some of these kids get to the next level of college baseball or college athletics and period. Just having that experience with the pressure on you is definitely a benefit.
So what are some of the names of these kids that, are going to be part of this reload instead of the rebuild?
Yeah, so we have Bryson Sutherland, senior. Last year he had a little bit of arm issues, so we didn't get to utilize him like we would have hoped to. He's healthy now, so he's our big first baseman. He's going to pitch for us. He signed with Bethel University. He's going to go pitch for them. So he's going to be an arm that you see this year. Senior Landon Johnson, he was a staple in left field for us last year. He's going to be an asset. He's got the wheels, and he's just got the baseball IQ, so he's going to do big things for us and really fill that center field gap that is being left. I think seamlessly. He's got, like I said, he tracks the ball well. He's going to be one of the guys that, he's going to be a name to be heard this year. He's signed with Cleary University. Another senior, Tegan Cunningham. This kid is tough as nails. Last year, by the mid-season is when he was basically able to suit up. He's a wrestler, and he hurt his knee last year. Well, this year he has hurt his knee again. And he came to tryouts and was limping around. I was like, dude, take it easy. And he's like, it doesn't hurt that bad. And I'm like, dude, like you're struggling to walk. You can take a break. I'm not mad at you. So, like I said, that kid is tough as nails, but he's the type of guy that he's so athletic that he could play anywhere on the field, and he's fast. So once he gets healthy, he'll be somebody that we see on the base paths for sure. Juniors, we had Lucas Arnold, Jack Tessier, Sean Symington. The 3 of them all saw good varsity innings last year. Obviously, Lucas Arnold and Jack Tessier were honorable mention all league last year as sophomores, so looking to see them build. They've both been Jack and Lucas have been in the weight room. I got to basically beg them to go home and eat and rest because they are just putting the work in, and I'm super happy and excited to see the fruits of their labors come out this season. Sean Symington, He came up last year. He kind of bounced back and forth between varsity and JV for us. And then he was an arm that I could rely on to throw strikes and get outs. He's, I'm very excited to see the increase in velocity and just his, overall demeanor as a junior and upperclassman. And he's going to eat up a lot of innings for us on the mound. And then we have another junior, Will Carr. He was on the JV squad last year doing good things down there. So he'll see some time in the outfield for us. But and then we get into our freshmen, which our freshman are Cade Symington, which is Sean Symington, the junior's younger brother. He's a freshman. He'll play some first base, pitch, some outfields, and then I really see his bat being a weapon for us. And then freshman catcher Mason Lau. He's going to split time kind of like Jack Tessier and Luke Manders did last year between catcher and third base. But Mason Lau is well matured behind his years. If you see him in person, you're gonna think, what? That's a freshman's legs. Like he's built like a grown man already. So, and he's another one of those kids that as soon as football season ended, he was texting me asking me to get in the weight room. So he puts the work in, and excited to see kind of what comes of that. Jacob Hill, another freshman. He was on the varsity basketball team. He's got some, varsity repetitions already. He's going to be kind of that utility guy as well, pitcher, infield, outfield. And it's going to be good because, obviously almost all these names I've said already are pitchers. Almost everybody is a pitcher on our team, which is great problem to have because as we're moving people around, I'm going to be able to plug and play almost everybody because they're athletic enough that they can play anywhere. And then the last freshman will be Owen Jamalski. He is going to be our left fielder as of now, I believe. He's fast. He tracks the ball well, and excited to see the growth in him this year as he learned under Landon Johnson, who's our center fielder. Just making sure our upperclassmen are welcoming these freshmen and, teaching the culture that we want and making sure that we're, I'm excited for this season. We're young, but I think the talent is definitely there. So,
Coach, who are the top challengers for the Wildcats in the LCAA this year?
Madison, I think, only lost one player. So, they are definitely the name at the top of the list, I think. I think it's, obviously we want to compete and, we want to make sure the Wildcat name is in the mix for everything, whether it be league, district, regional, all the things. But I think, and obviously Madison is in our district. But I think they are definitely at the top of the list. Blissfield had a lot of young guys last year, so they should be decent again. They lost a few of their, heavy hitters and decent playmakers, but I think that they have some talent that was on that JV squad. And they were young on varsity last year. Hudson, I know they had a decent 8th grade class that was coming up, so they should be interesting this year. I think there's going to be I think Madison is definitely at the top. Dundee, obviously, Ida, at LCAA baseball, we beat each other up pretty well. So, a lot of good baseball in the LCAA.
All right, Coach, want to thank you for coming in with us today and being on the phone. And we appreciate your time and look forward to hearing from you more throughout the season about the Wildcats.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for having me.
All right, Coach Holden Branch of the Onstead Wildcats baseball program with us on the phone. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this. 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com, and Lenawee TV coming to you live from SkyTech Sports Bar. Want to give a shout out to Josh Mitchell working the board back in the studio for us today, making sure all the dials are spinning right. We'll be right back after this. welcome back to SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center here in Adrian, Michigan on North Main. Got St. Patrick's Day specials that they're promoting for Tuesday, of course, but also their everyday menu. Burgers, sandwiches, soups, and sides here. They are open, so if you're looking maybe to grab a late lunch or even an early dinner, watch some basketball or other sports on the televisions today, you certainly can come out and do that right here at 726 North Main Street in Adrian, Michigan. We went to the bullpen. Our interview that we're going to reschedule that one for hopefully a little bit later in the show. And we've got Coach Wayne Perry of the Sand Creek Aggies here with us now. And, Coach, thanks for coming in. And what can you tell us after 1 week of how the Aggies are going to look this year?
Well, we got 6 kids that have not been there yet because this is the week that the band trip goes down to Florida. So we're missing 6 kids. So we got 14 out of the 20 that we're playing. So it's been a good week. You know, we've been outside a few times, obviously trying to put in the things you can do outside in. But, you know, obviously there's still a lot of work to do.
I guess better the band trip this week than in the middle of your season.
True. Like I said, we got our first game for the JVs next Wednesday, so they're going to get 2 practices in play, some of those younger kids. But it is what it is. I wanted to get some games in early to see these JV kids because we're going to need a few of those to play at the varsity level a little bit. So that's why we scheduled it early. Give us a little recap of last year and how that season unfolded and how you think that's going to lead into the success of this year. We were 14-15 last year, 8-4 in the TCC, which was good for second. Obviously, Whiteford won it again. We returned, 3 kids that were all conference that were, obviously Ivan Wilkinson was our top returner. He was an all-state kid last year, all-state kid as a sophomore. Hopefully he should be an all-state kid this year. And in Sutherland, he was our shortstop. He was all-league, all-conference as well last year as a junior. And then we had a freshman that was Carter Betcher, he was an all-leaguer as a freshman. So those 3 returned, and then we have, 3 or 4 other kids that got significant innings and playing time there last year at the varsity level. So,
well, you mentioned some kids that are coming back. Any kids that, you've seen so far that are newer to the team that, have kind of caught your eye in early practices?
We have Chase Voorhees. He's a newcomer to the school. He played football and basketball as well. He's a junior. I think he's a kid that will help us. And then, like I said, we have 9 freshmen. There's a handful of freshmen that have not been there this week, but there has been a couple kids that, that have been there that have opened the eye. So we'll see, obviously, as the season goes, if they'll be able to help us or not.
Well, and, as you mentioned, 20 kids in the program. With as many games as you play and with, of course, Michigan spring weather where you may or may not always play when they're scheduled. Having a lot of arms is important, kids that can throw from the mound for you. Talk a little bit about your pitching staff as you see it right now.
Right now, I think we've got 7 kids returning that threw last year. Obviously, Ivan was our number 1. We lost our number 2 and 3 kids last year, Reed Hewitt and Jared Snyder. They both give us big innings last year. But we're expecting, like I said, some of our younger kids to step up and obviously get innings. And, Andon Sutherland, Parker Strahan was another kid that threw quite a bit last year. Caden Galinsky, who was a freshman, he was 2-1 last year, got some innings in. So we're hoping, like I said, a few of those guys will step up. And I don't know, like I said, what I'm going to get from the freshmen. I'm hoping this maybe have a freshman or 2 that can give us some innings as well. What kind of schedule did you do outside we'll get into the TCC in just a minute, but what kind of schedule did you do for non-conference this year? Well, we open with Clinton on the 1st of April, which is next Wednesday or the following Wednesday after we come back from spring break. And then we go up to D1 Belleville and play them in a doubleheader on that Saturday. And we play, obviously, a couple teams like Evergreen and Swanton in Ohio that are usually pretty solid. We're playing in 5 Saturday tournaments or Saturday games, I guess. So I think 4 out of the 5 are tournaments or whatever. But, I know Monroe St. Mary's Catholic Central is in one of them. Obviously, Onstead, Jonesville, a few of the other schools that we'll obviously see throughout the year. So, yeah, I think our schedule obviously will prepare us for our district. Our district's loaded again. So, but I think by the time we get that far, well. Baseball and softball are the same as far as numbers go, right? Because I think Derek was saying that St. Creek is right on that, like just a few kids from being down in that to that D4. Is it?
Yeah, it's crazy because last year softball was D4 and baseball was D3. This year we're 2 kids away, I think, from being D4 as well as softball.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, don't get me going on that. So.
They have to draw the line somewhere, and I know of a lot of years at Adrian when I was there, we were either the top of one division or the very bottom of the one above us. So it's tough living on that cusp sometimes, for sure. Corey brought up the TCC, and you mentioned Whiteford early on. Who are some of the other teams that are going to be in that hunt for the top spot in the TCC, at least in your mind right now?
Well, I'm hoping we can be up there again. I mean, we've been pretty consistent the top 2 or 3 the last 4 or 5 years that I can think. And then obviously Summerfield made a run last year. They're pretty young. And after that, I think it's wide open, to be honest with you. I don't really know. LCS has got a pretty good pitcher coming back. I was very impressed with him last year. So he obviously playing league doubleheaders, they have an opportunity every doubleheader to get at least one league win with him throwing, I would think. So it's hard to say. We'll just kind of see how it plays out. But them are obviously Whiteford and Summerfield, probably the 2 teams that everyone's putting towards the top of the conference.
You got that. You've circled those ones on your schedule.
There you go. Yes, sir.
But as you mentioned, you open with a very good Clinton squad, and you play some tough non-conference teams as well. Now your district this year, where are you at for that?
It's at Onstead. It's LCAA versus Sand Creek. So it's Onstead, Madison, Clinton, and Blissfield. So obviously,
that's a really good district, actually. I mean, that's 5 pretty good baseball teams there.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
but obviously Madison, with as much as they've got returned, is I would say the favorite. But you never know. It's that's how it is. You guys got to beat somebody one time. That's all it takes. So we'll see.
Yeah, very good, very good. We've talked about the roster a little bit. Looking at the kids that you have, can people who follow the Aggies expect similar type team, or is there something maybe that's a little unique about this group of kids that you might do some things in a game that normally you wouldn't do? I'm not saying anything crazy or anything, but are you going to be more of a bunt and run kind of team, or are you going to be got a lot of good hitters so you don't have to run as much maybe? Where are you at in your mind?
Obviously, I'm a small ball guy. I mean, I know the kids probably hate it, but we, every day before we get in the cage, we're working on our bunts, and obviously we weren't a great offensive team last year. I mean, the big thing is we usually didn't get the leadoff guy on, which makes it tough to bunt when you have 1 or 2 outs and, your leadoff guy gets on. So I'm hoping we improve in that aspect where we, can get on the base early with no outs and maybe utilize our small ball a little bit more. Like I said, or better yet, as a coach, hopefully we just hit the ball a little bit better.
Yeah.
Score a few more runs and make it easy on everybody.
A lot of extra base hits.
Yeah,
that makes the game a lot easier from your standpoint, for sure.
Yes, sir.
You've had, as you said, a solid program in the TCC, and obviously it's your goal to stay there. Some other goals that you might have for the team this year, certainly, competing for that conference title and winning that conference title, but anything, and it could be off the field kind of things too.
Well, I'm just excited this year. We have 20 kids, where last year we were struggling. I was trying to get some JV games in, and I kind of frustrated because a few of those kids that obviously didn't get innings or get playing time last year didn't come out this year. I think there was 3 kids that were young and didn't get any playing time last year because we only had 1 squad that didn't return. And I'm hoping with, trying to have, a handful of JV games along with obviously our varsity schedule, it'll, keep the kids interested in playing. So.
Yeah, that's one thing that's tough when you're on that line of, because if you're going to keep the kids, you don't, and they're just going to be on the bench in the varsity, but you also want to get them. And then it's how many JV games were you able to get? Because a lot of, we've talked to the coaches, a lot of programs don't have JV, so are you going to have to travel a little bit further, or are they going to play tougher, bigger schools to get a JV squad? How'd the schedule work out for the JV?
We don't have a ton right now. I think we have 11. I think a handful of league schedule or league teams in our JV schedule, and then obviously I know you talked to Rick earlier, and I heard him talking. We open next Wednesday with Addison, our JV program does. So I was trying to get some games early, obviously, because I want to see a little bit of these younger kids because I haven't seen them play. That was kind of the purpose. And then we play Clinton first varsity game when we come back on the first, and we play a varsity game and then a JV game following it. So, I'll be able to be there to watch both and see what we got there. And I'm sure some of those kids that will play in the varsity game will play in the JV game as well that day. So.
And who do you have coaching your JV squad?
Ben Reno.
Okay.
So he's my head JV coach, and he's actually he just sent me a picture. He helps out with Adrian club team a little bit as well, and he's up at U of M playing right now, and he just sent me a text before we come and said, here I am, so.
Well, they've got a great day for that,
yeah,
and of course you're hoping maybe some great weather this week and get outside and practice, and that's always a challenge for spring sports in Michigan. I can remember coaching baseball, and you can get a lot done in the gym, but boy, it sure was nice to get outside and play baseball as it's meant to be played.
Oh, absolutely. I was dogging our football kids this week and said, you guys got it so nice. I said, baseball season's the worst season out of all of them. Football, you guys maybe had 2 or 3 bad days of weather. That's it.
Yeah,
and it don't get nice till May in baseball, it seems like.
Yeah.
You're wearing your long johns and, your hooded sweatshirts pretty much till then. It kind of sucks.
Football, you want to be playing in the bad weather because it means you're deep in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's
usually.
true. That's true.
Baseball, you don't want to play in that bad weather because it means you haven't even started yet maybe with your season. Well, obviously a lot of optimism around the program and some hopes. So that's good to hear. And we do appreciate you coming in and being willing to go a little bit early. And we look forward to hearing from you throughout the season about the Aggies.
Absolutely. I'm a diehard Cave fan.
Yeah,
so I
know.
Often,
we get you get in on that text line every now and then, and we know you're listening. And you always let us know when you can't hear us, too. And we appreciate that as well.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yep. Coach Wayne Perry of the Sand Creek Aggie baseball program with us. And we're going to take a timeout, and we'll be back to talk some more sports right here on 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com. and Lenawee TV from SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center in Adrian, Michigan. welcome back Inside the Cave Sunday afternoon, coming to you live from SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center on North Main Street in Adrian. We have some open time in the show, so we'd like to give our sponsors a chance to tell us a little bit and tell the listeners and the viewers a little bit about if they come here to SkyTech, what can they expect. And we are joined by Sheila, who is one of the big cheeses here at SkyTech. And if you could maybe tell the customers a little bit about how this idea came about, as you're a fairly new business in the community, and then a little bit about what's on the menus here in front of us. If they show up, they can eat and drink.
Okay, that came about several years ago. My husband and I were considering buying a business and starting something up. And we looked and looked, and I'm also a realtor for 11 years. I'm a retired preschool teacher from Sutton Tecumseh Schools.
Mm-hmm.
And we looked around, and we buy and we sell and we fix and flip houses. This is our first commercial business that we've got. And he is a past veteran. He's a Vietnam vet. And we belong to the VFW in Tecumseh and the American Legion in Tecumseh. And this one came about, and we looked at it, and we thought, oh, this would be perfect location. The building needed a ton of work, and we went through everything that everybody wanted us to do to get it up and running. We've had a few minor setbacks, but we always come back fighting a little bit stronger and a little bit better. But that's how it came about.
And I would imagine it's been a heck of a learning experience for you each day.
It has. Every day is a new day, and you just got to deal with stuff and go on.
Well, tell the customers if they come here for lunch or dinner, what could they see? What are they?
We are a family-oriented bar. We are restaurant style too, and we have a main area, bar area that you can eat through. We also have a hall usage that we can you can not rent, but you can. It's called hall usage. And you can use the hall. We have karaoke in the base, or karaoke sometimes. We have a cornhole in the basement. We have 6 boards. We have bowling game. We have dart games. We have a little bit of everything here.
Well, I noticed that nice pool table over there, too. If you wanted to come in and shoot a game of pool, you could do that as well.
We have 2 pool tables, and we have Pioneer pool leagues. And actually, they took first place.
Oh, very nice.
So we're going to have a trophy thing on the wall.
There you go. There you go. And then, of course, sports bar, plenty of televisions to watch a variety of sports as well.
We have plenty of bathrooms, too. We have 6 bathrooms in this place.
So no long lines.
No long lines.
Well, and you mentioned the hall. Other than the karaoke, are there any other events that you've held here so far?
We did a Share the Warmth event. We've done Amazing Bud's Christmas party. We had a twin 70th birthday parties here. We've had retirement parties, and we're booking up until June now. We got a couple more things coming on. Today, after we get done here, we have I think it's the MC Storm softball. They came in, one of their coaches, and they booked it. And then they told the other coach, so then they're coming in at 4 o'clock today for their kids to pass out gear.
Oh, nice.
So we've had a lot going on here.
Well, there you go. And I know we've been here. This is our second time here now, I believe. So, well, you've probably been here more than anybody.
What are the hours?
We're open from 11 in the day until 12 o'clock at night through Sunday through Thursday. And then Friday and Saturday we're open from 11 until 1:30ish at night.
And I love this. This is my absolute favorite iced tea. So I always know I can come here and get a good iced tea.
We have sweetened and unsweetened, and we have a lot of drinks. And if we don't have something, we try to get it in.
And obviously, sports bar, you sell beer and mixed drinks and wine and of a lot of different varieties. What's been maybe the most popular thing that people order to eat when they come here so far?
So far, it's been the wings. My husband's very picky about meat. I'm picky about my chicken and my fish. He's picky about the burgers and the chicken, or the wings.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to be known for jumbo wings and our huge hamburgers. And so far, everybody that has had them likes them. We have chicken strips, and we cut them and bread them and deep fry them. They're not like the ones that are prefab that you get out of a box. They're specially made.
Well, I see the half-pound brisket short rib burger, and I know my wife loves brisket, so I'm going to have to get her in here, and we'll have a burger here. But you also have a full menu of sides and soups, and even a kids menu. So as you said, it's a family-oriented sports bar and restaurant, and so if you want to bring your family, that's great. But if you want to just hang out with some friends, that's welcome here, obviously, as well.
We have a lot of regulars that come back and they love us, and we also have a lot of new people. Like last night, we had a lot more new people that keep hearing about we got to come, and then they show up and they're welcoming with open arms. Yeah,
sure.
So
now you mentioned karaoke was here last night.
We had it last night, and then we're going to do it on St. Patrick's night. We have a St. Patrick's Day special. A little bit of this and a little bit of that going on.
Well, and I think the more different events that you can plan like that gives people a reason to show up and be here. And, obviously you want to show them a great time and give them some good food and drinks, and that'll keep them coming back. Yep. That's the whole goal, is build that customer base for sure.
That's right.
Well, I know we appreciate being here. It's a great setup for us to do our show, compared to – we're very blessed, actually, that we have multiple places around town. And I know, in talking among the staff, we're glad to count this as one of them, and we like coming here. So.
And a lot of people say that, too, because they just live right down the street. Mm-hmm. They can walk here, and there's nothing on this side of town that has all this to offer. They can come in, use the hall, go to the basement, play cornhole. There's things to do. It's just you don't come and sit.
Well, I know years ago when this was the VFW hall here in Adrian, this is where I was a teacher and coach at Adrian Public Schools, and we would have our end-of-the-year coaches dinner in here. Yeah. And so when I first walked back in, it brought back memories of those coaches' dinners. So
that's what a lot of
maybe
people
I'll talk
say.
to the AD and they can come back here like old times.
Well, we have a lot of people that say that, and we got like a Taco Tuesday and Monday tacos. But yeah, we got different days. We're trying to do different things.
Sure.
But a lot of people, we get old, young, veterans, and they're all coming back.
Well, so many veterans maybe from Adrian remember this as the VFW hall. And I know when I walked in and I'm like, well, this is completely different, the decor and the setup and everything. So it's been great being here. And we appreciate you having us once again right here. All right. Sheila, we want to thank you, as we said, and we appreciate being here and look forward to shows coming back here in the future for The Cave. All right, we're going to take a quick time out, and we'll be right back after this. 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com, and Lenawee TV coming to you live from SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center on North Main Street in Adrian. And welcome back inside the Cave Sunday edition. We are live at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center. There we go. I got it. Located on North Main Street in Adrian. If you're a longtime resident, you would know it as the former VFW Hall here in Adrian. We've got a little bit of a break in the show. We'll have a couple more interviews with baseball and softball coaches, but we do want to mention that we still have some girls basketball teams competing in the state tournament. Of course, Division II, the Tecumseh Indians will play their quarterfinal game Tuesday night up at Chelsea High School, and they will take on the Airport Jets. Corey?
Yeah, I'm just looking at their Airport's record. They're 24-2 overall. Their losses were to Whitmer out of Toledo and Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
So they've played some up in competition.
Yep.
And you know, we've talked a little bit about Tecumseh all year, and they came through a really tough regional. I know when we talked with Coach Comstock and Coach Maska on the air, you know, they really felt that. Or Zajac, yes, she's no longer Maska. Sorry. She used to be Maska. But, you know, it tells you how long I've been. I remember her playing in high school for Britton Macon High School, not even Britton Deerfield. But, you know, they felt that they got through the regionals. They may have a chance to keep that run going as far as they went last year. But regionals, you know, they played a good Hazlitt team and then a really good Parma Western team. So they had to overcome those two, and now they play Airport with a chance to go back to the Breslin for the third year in a row.
Yeah, and the team's looking really good. They've had different people, you know, step up and different nights. You know, Bollinger poured in 30 had a huge game.
Yeah,
so,
even her dad, who was on earlier with us, he was even surprised where that came from.
Yeah, so they have multiple ways. You know, and the freshmen are, you know, what they say in the tournament, they're no longer freshmen.
Right, they've played enough basketball now.
And you can see that they're playing really experienced for being such young players and an important part of the team as well.
Yeah. And then, of course, the Morenci Bulldogs in Division IV, they will travel to West Bloomfield High School, and we will have that game. Will that be on WLEN? Ian behind the camera is nodding his head, and that'll be Jeff Bowman on the call Tuesday night, we believe, and John Kane on the Cave with the Tecumseh game from Chelsea. Morenci taking on a Kingston team that they've met up with in the past late in the tournament.
Yeah, and I'm going through. They're 26-0.
Oh boy!
And they do not allow a lot of points.
Well, yeah.
So I mean, 64-6. I mean, that one might be 6 points might be a little bit, but
yeah,
I'm looking here through
typical.
Like 23-10, 23-20, 13-22.
Sure.
I mean, so
yeah, they don't. If you can get the 30 on them, you might have a shot.
So yeah, you know, Morenci can play both styles. You know, there's been a few games where they've really, you know, had the offensive side, and then they've also had some games where it's been a defensive battle, and I think that's another, you know, testament to that team and to that experience that they have of, you know, all those girls playing, you know, this being, you know, some of their 4 years on varsity. So
yeah, it's a definite veteran group, and I know that when the season started, they felt like they could make another push deep into the playoffs, and they've certainly done that. Win the TCC. And so we'll have both of those games on Tuesday night. Again, Morenci will be on WLEN as they travel to West Bloomfield High School. 6 o'clock game, and that'll be Jeff Bowman on the call. And then Tecumseh is up at Chelsea for a 7 o'clock game against Carleton Airport for the chance to go to the Breslin Center. And how great would it be to have two of our local teams playing in the Breslin Center with a chance to win a state championship? Talk about a dream season. And, you know, Tecumseh got all the way there and won the state championship after falling in the finals the year before. And then Morenci got knocked out in the semifinals, I believe, last year, quarterfinals. Okay, I knew they got pretty deep in the tournament, and so we want to certainly wish both of those squads the best of luck. But, our focus here today has been on baseball and softball as spring sports are getting started. And we're going to take a quick timeout. And when we come back, we're going to talk some softball right here on 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com, and Lenawee TV. Welcome back inside the cave on a Sunday from SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center on North Main Street in Adrian. I'm John Roberts alongside Corey Cox. Ian Wendt working behind the camera today. Josh Mitchell back in the studio making sure everything can go out so people can listen to us talk some baseball and softball. And we're going to talk some softball right now. We have the coach of the Britton Deerfield Patriots, Stacy Johnson, on the phone with us. Good afternoon, Coach.
Hi there. Hey.
Well, we're doing well, and thank you for getting back with us, and I'm glad we could get you on today.
Yeah, thanks for.
Well, you've been in practice for a week now, and what have you learned about the Patriots in that week?
It's been a weather spin for sure. We started out and had that beautiful day, kind of went through, got back into sports. So we've been adjusting, but we have a really great on our team this year, rostering 16. And so this week has been just getting back into the swing of things and getting warmed up and ready. And I to work with girls all week that super excited the experience coming back from last year. And then we're field HSAA this bring up 8th grade students because of our high school. I've been able to get to know great girls, and they really stepping up and super their progress this school athletes. So it's been an exciting week.
Well, and that's one of the bonuses of being a smaller school is you do get a chance, depending on your enrollment, to take a look at some girls or guys, as the case may be, depending on the sport, and really learn what they can do early on.
Absolutely, and an extra year of prepping, and with the smaller, it is hard to field these teams. We have a lot of all three of those players are actually athletes. We've been able to balance under and work with the track this year to schedule this so that those kids really getting the fundamental skills that they need at both each day. So really well at.
So, Coach, what are some of the names of some of the players that have really impressed you that you're going to look on to lead the Patriots this year?
For sure. We have 7 seniors here, which is always sweet, right? Because it's that experience and that come back and classmen. But, of course, look ahead to the fact I got leading. That's hard, too. But my senior group is strong, led by our catcher, best hitters, which is Carson. Just an amazing round and definitely going to be a leader. We have the Thornton girls, Elena Thornton. They're returning this, and they're going to be on the third side and really hold hands together, I think. And then I have a couple news this year. I have Alexi and Peyton McDowell
and they are Britton Deerfield. So this is had not played softball in a number of years, really stepping up. So that leadership is really going to be important. Those are some big names. And then I'm excited about Allie Fraley is coming here too, and I think it's going to be great at peace. And she's been hitting well for the first week. We're really excited about our numbers. That we kind of have an idea of where we are going, and the league is going to be. I think it's this year.
Well, and you talk about the league. Of course, the TCC always has good softball programs. People kind of come and go a little bit sometimes, but there's some that stay towards the top a little more often than others. And who do you see in the TCC this year as being a big challenge on the softball side? You do have your that stick out. I mean, Summerfield is all for us, but yet at Britton Deerfield schools have some relationships, so it's fun to be together. But they're a really good softball. You side of that a little bit, and you've Whiteford. They're really good. League is tough. Even about like for those games, you get ahead a long ways. The ones that you start preparing, and when you have a younger team, you do, and even the 8th grade, they're not going to see the ball is moving pretty fast, and so they're see a lot of that before some of those league games, and so it's a mindset. It's preparing them way more mentally is for any skills that teach them just to understand what they're going to be prepared to see. So, Coach, we've got just a couple minutes left with you. Can you tell us about outside of the Tri-County Conference, who are some of the challenging teams that you've got on the Patriots schedule this year?
Well, right now we're looking, we're kind of went and looked because in addition to play our varsity games, we will a couple JV games into. So we've kind of called around so that some of our younger girls playing time. But one of the other teams really good and coached really well, Erie Mason. I know in our that's another one that stands out to me. When we get outside of that, round at like the Vandercook and some of those teams, of really trying to see if we can. We didn't have a great column last year as the win columns go, and so we really just want to be with some of those teams this year, and be able to walk off the field and know that we gave it our all. Erie, Whiteford's, the Summerfield, Cook Lake, they're good teams. So we're getting them. So we're hoping for a positive section this year.
All right. Well, we do appreciate you taking some time out of your busy Sunday and talking Patriot softball with us.
Yes, thank you for having me, for continuing to do this show, and the kids in our area. Really appreciated.
All right. We love doing it. So, Coach Stacy Johnson of the Britton Deerfield Patriots softball program. And we're going to take a quick timeout. And when we come back, we'll talk some more TCC sports right here on 96.5 The Cave, 965thecave.com, and Lenawee TV. We're coming to you live from SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center in Adrian. And welcome back Inside the Cave Sunday edition, coming to you live from SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center here on North Main Street in Adrian, Michigan. If you're a longtime resident of Adrian or Lenawee County, you might remember it as the VFW Hall. They are here. They are open. They are serving food and beverages of all kinds. And you can bring the family. There's plenty of sports on the televisions and plenty of games for you or the kids to play. And we are joined now with our final coach of the show, Jamie Beach of the Lenawee Christian Cougars baseball program. Welcome, Coach, and thanks for coming in today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, you've been at it for a week now, and what have you learned about the 2026 Lenawee Christian Cougars baseball team?
Well, I feel like we've had a good start to our season. We were able to be outside for 4 out of our 5 practices this week, so that's always a blessing to start the week outside. You never know this time of year how many times you're going to get outside, but good energy, good focus. I've been pleased with our start this year.
Well, that's very good to hear, and obviously we know the weather that's not under our control, and we take advantage of it as spring coaches whenever we can.
Absolutely.
So just give us a little recap of last year and how, last year's season finished and how that's going to help you going into this season.
Yeah, so we, I would say we had a disappointing year last year. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Record-wise, wasn't where we wanted to be. Found ourselves in a lot of close games. I think we were 1-8 in games decided by 2 runs or less. So played a lot of close games, just couldn't find ways to win those. We'd have a costly error. Offense couldn't get going. So hoping to build on that this year. We have quite a few kids that are returning. Only had 3 seniors from the team last year. We only have 2 seniors this year, so we have some younger kids that we'll be relying on, and hopefully we've learned some lessons and learned how to win some close games, pull some out this year.
Well, you mentioned you have 2 seniors. They've obviously seen maybe more playing time than some of the others, or at least have been around for more years. Who are those seniors, and what positions do they play?
Yes, we have Jace Land, who's coming back. He'll be first base DH for us this year, and then Zion Bresnick, who primarily pitcher, catcher for us this year.
Okay, and some of those underclassmen, who are you looking at what spots maybe in the lineup, or at least this early in the season?
Sure. Yeah, I think one of our strengths this year will be in our pitching. We have we really return our top 3 pitchers from last year. Zion will be one of those. Colton Clymer, who's a junior, we will rely on him pretty heavily this year. He's put a lot of work in since last year, so excited to see what he will bring for us. He'll bat right there, probably in the 3 spot, and so he'll be a key contributor offensively as well for us. And we've got a couple sophomores that played a lot last year as freshmen on our varsity. I'm excited about just the next step that they'll take for us this year. Micah Jameson and Nolan Robinson, I think, will have big years for us. And some other juniors. Our JV team, we had a JV schedule last year and played pretty well, so I'm hoping some of that production that we saw from some of those younger kids last year on the JV team will carry into this year on our varsity.
Well, and it's always, that's the reward of having that JV schedule, is those younger kids do get a little bit maybe more playing time than if they were just on the varsity team. So that's a nice bonus to have in a Division IV school is that JV schedule where you can play. It might not be the same number of games as the varsity, but if you can get a dozen or, close to 20 games, that's great for those kids' development at the lower level.
Absolutely. I think, I've pushed, this is my 3rd year, I've pushed to have that for the first 2 years, is having at least, if you don't have a full JV team, at least have a JV roster, like you said, a dozen games, I think is what we've had the last couple of years. And I think that's important. You try to build a program. You have to have those opportunities for those young kids. So.
Yeah, and now just looking at the schedule in the TCC, we talked to some other TCC coaches, and they said they were really impressed by your pitching staff that you guys have. And where do you think that pitching staff and the rest of your team is going to get you as far as the league goes?
Well, even last year, it kept us in games. Like I said, we had a lot of close games. Our offense struggled, and so our margin for error was very thin last year. And So we'll lean on that again this year, I think. I think we've got our top 3 pitchers again coming back this year. I think, again, will keep us in close games, and it's going to be a matter of, our offense and or our defense kind of putting together a full game for us where we can hopefully pull out a few of those.
Climb up the conference standings.
We hope so. We've been on the bottom my last 2 years, so we hope to make some moves up to more in the middle of the pack. Of course, Whiteford and Summerfield are going to be at the top of the league, I would imagine, this year again. Whiteford typically is, and Summerfield. But, hopefully we can climb up a little bit this year.
Absolutely.
Well, and as you mentioned, the league is always tough, and so those games are certainly a challenge for you. How about non-conference teams that are on your schedule this year? Who will be a nice challenge for you, a nice test for the boys?
Yeah, I've tried to take advantage of playing some non-conference games of teams that are in districts that we might potentially match up with. So Concord, we have a home and away with Concord. We actually have a game scheduled this week with them, hoping to get that in before spring break. And then we've got a couple of games against Hudson. They're always a good team, good competition for us. So there's a couple that we're kind of looking forward to.
Yeah, and Hudson dropped down to division, so they're in your district, right?
They're not in our district.
Oh, but they could be in the
next. They could, yeah.
Yep. Well, and you mentioned Concord. Maybe you're catching them at the right time of the year with their deep run in the basketball tournament to a state title. And, they probably haven't been getting a lot of swings in the cage. And, if the weather cooperates, you might be able to get one from them there. That'd be a nice way to start your year and get off on a positive note for sure.
Yeah.
You mentioned your district. Do you know who the teams are and where that'll be played this year?
Summerfield, it's the same that it's been the last few. Summerfield, BD, Morenci, and us, and I believe Summerfield's hosting this year.
So an all TCC district, and so that the nice thing about that is you're familiar with everybody. I guess maybe if there's a drawback, they're familiar with you too, and so you just show up and play, and play your best and hope things fall your way. But then you don't really have to drive that far to get there either, so that's kind of nice too. How do you as a spring coach? How do you adapt for the weather? I know years ago I used to coach JV baseball, and a lot of times when you're the JV coach, you don't get that great gym time, or, how does that work with you? That's one of the nice things about not having a softball program at LCS is you don't have to compete with them for gym time. So, when you get that bad weather, are you able to get in there pretty easily and use the facility and get your practice in?
Yeah, we still compete with soccer, girls soccer, and then our golf team. So we have some teams that we compete with for gym time, and we just ask our kids and our parents to be flexible because schedules change. Even you go into the day with a plan, and that changes.
All of a sudden,
we've really pushed the kids. So Thursday last week, we actually practiced outside with all the wind. Siena Heights was gracious enough to open up their facility to us, and so we were able to get over there and practice, and so that was a benefit for us.
And that is a benefit that all the schools in the county certainly enjoy. I want to give a shout out to Adrian College and Siena Heights. They are very generous with their facilities. I think they value the relationship that they have with the county high schools, and so.
Absolutely.
Well, any final thoughts on goals maybe for the year? Obviously moving up the ladder a little bit in the TCC, but maybe a district title would be a great way to, towards the end of your season, would be nice to get.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody's, that's a goal for everyone. I think even more so than that, just being more competitive, throughout our regular season. Try to get a little more balance in our record, get to that at least 500 mark this year, win some of those close games. That's kind of what we're looking for.
Yeah, and then win some of those close ones, you give those kids some confidence, and that may fuel you as the season goes on.
Absolutely. That definitely builds.
Well, and you're strong as a team and a good place to be strong at, and that's on the mound, and that can win you some games. And you hope with that extra year of experience, those kids will learn how to win those close ones and as Corey said, gain a lot more confidence and feel really good about their season whenever it comes to an end.
Absolutely.
So, all right. Well, we appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your Sunday to come and talk Cougars baseball with us.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Coach Jamie Beach of the Lenawee Christian Cougars. We will take a break here. and we're done. Ian says we're done. That's the show. When you come back, it won't be Corey and I. Well, we want to appreciate Josh Mitchell back in the studio working the board for us today, and the staff here at SkyTech Sports Bar and Banquet Center taking care of us. Thank all our sponsors and all the coaches who were either here in person or with us on the phone, and we want to wish all of them the best of luck in their seasons, and we know that a lot of good baseball and softball will be played in Lenawee County this year, as it always is. For Corey Cox, I'm John Roberts. We will see you soon.
You've been watching Lenawee TV, your home for local sports, news, and community events. Be sure to follow Lenawee TV on social media.